Well, happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you're gracing us with your presence, welcome. Super happy to have you here. The way this works is really simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. In that chat box, you can enter your question, concern, comment of the day, and I work through them in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I do not, but either way, we have an awesome time talking about lawn care. So guys, it's a busy week. It's been a busy week. We finally got some rain here in Georgia, which is awesome. Lawns are greening back up and looking their best. New mower announced and launched today, which is kind of cool. And yeah, lots going on. I got some top dressing and lawn renovations, some before and after. Some viewers have sent some stuff into me, some pictures into me. The work they've done over the season. Ted Rogers sent a short video in showing him and his buddy doing their seeding project or getting his lawn ready for renovation this fall. So lots of great stuff to get through. Make sure you guys throw out lots of good questions, and I will work through them in the order they come in. And yeah, looking forward to getting into this one. As always, we're coming to you guys live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and then also on Instagram. So if you are on Instagram, you're not integrated to the stream, but feel free to still participate and ask any questions that you may have, and I'll do my best to make sure that you guys are part of the show so you're not left out. Can't have you guys be left out, right? I see Real Mowers saying, what's up, Ron? What's going on, Real Mowers? Hopefully you're doing all right. All right, so let's get the show started. First up, we have LRCXD. He says, good, interesting question. He says, hi, Ron. Can I mix Triad Select and Fusilade in the same sprayer? The Spurge and Bermuda need more control. I don't see why not. I've not personally tried that combination myself. But I can't think of a reason why you wouldn't be able to do that. So if you're trying to control Bermuda, Fusilade, Bermuda in a cool season lawn like an zoysia lawn and some cool season grasses. Fusilade is a great option for that. And if you're looking for some broadleaf control, Triad Select is also a good option. I have not tested that combination personally to know how well it works. I don't have any reason to believe that it wouldn't work well. But again, I can't speak from experience to say that, yeah, do that. It's going to absolutely, smoke the spurge. And also control the Bermuda. I think you're going to get a pretty good result with that, but I mean, try it out and let me know. Be sure to use surfactant along with it. So wherever you're getting, Fusilade, and we do carry Triad Select on the golf course lawn store, so you can get that from us if you want. But also be sure to add a little bit of surfactant along with the blend as well. It's going to help that herbicide combination work better. Something else to keep in mind is when it comes to controlling Bermuda, especially when you're trying to do it using strictly selective herbicides, or in the case of Fusilade, it's rarely a one and done type thing. So know that you'll spray the Bermuda with Fusilade, it will likely knock it back, and it may take several rounds, several applications to truly get it under control. The only one and done combination that I found that is very effective against Bermuda grass is not selective, and that's to take Fusilade, mix it with glyphosate, and that will absolutely do a great job on Bermuda. Like you'll spray that, and 14 days later, Bermuda will be hating life. But in your case, where you're trying to you're going for a selective approach where you're trying to keep your grass and also control Bermuda and spurge, you have, just patience is the order of the day, is what I'm trying to say. Just have reasonable expectations that you're going to have to go through a couple of rounds more than likely to get the Bermuda under control. But once you do, you should be in good shape. What I'd say also, LRCXED, is that your best defense once you get the Bermuda knocked back is to grow a thick and healthy stand of grass. So if you got, I don't know what kind of lawn you have, it's a fescue lawn or ryegrass lawn or whatever you happen to have, getting that nice and thick and dense is going to make it more difficult for the Bermuda to begin spreading and taking over and making a mess in your lawn again. So just realize the herbicide is only one part of controlling Bermuda. So hope that helps. Great question. If you need anything else, do let me know. Next up, we got Mr. David Quigley. He says, happy Friday, everyone. Looking forward to the continuing education. As always, appreciate you, Ron. Thanks so much, David. I really do appreciate that. You and I correspond back and forth quite a bit. David is a member of the Golf Course Lawn Academy, and he's very detail-oriented. When I tell you detail-oriented, anytime David emails me, I get an entire list of things that he's going to be using on his lawn, the application rates, how he's going to dilute it. He's very, very particular, which is good. I mean, the more you pay attention to things, the better result you tend to get. And so I'm really, really happy that you're part of the Academy, David. I really appreciate all your questions. It helps make the content better. And based on some things we were talking about earlier, for next year, some improvements that we'll make to, like, say, the application calendar, for example. So appreciate you as always. Next up, we got Mr. Gerald Jennings. He says, Gerald Jennings just became a member. Thank you so much, Gerald. I really appreciate you becoming a member of the channel. All the support does help. And then next up, we have a question. His first question after becoming a channel member. He says, Ron, how often should you have a reel mower sharpened by a pro? Great question. So whenever backlapping is no longer effective is when I would consider getting the mower sharpened. So here's how the steps would work. So you have your mower. Before you go out to mow, you check to make sure it's cutting paper all the way across. It's not cutting paper. So what you can do then is you can adjust the tolerance, the distance between the reel and the bed knife. Pretty much all reel mowers have a way of doing that. So you'll take that tolerance up just a little bit to where there's still not a lot of friction. It's not like a lot of heavy metal on metal, and you'll check it again. If at that point the mower is cutting paper all the way across, you're good to go. If after doing that, so you've adjusted the bed bar to reel tolerance, your bed knife to reel tolerance, and it's still not cutting paper, that is when you look into doing a backlap. If after doing all that, so we've adjusted the tolerance, we've backlapped it, and it's still not cutting paper across, typically what you'll find is it'll cut paper on one corner, cut paper on another corner, maybe not in the middle or vice versa. That is when you'd want to take the mower in for a sharpening. That's when I would look to do it. Keep in mind that whenever you take the mower in for a grind, you are taking some life off the reel, taking some life off the bed knife. So you really only want to do that when you absolutely have to. But I mean, hopefully that sequence explains to you how I would go about doing my methodology. In most cases for me, once per season is all I really have to do as far as the sharpening. And it really depends on the mower. For example, the Owlet, the C27, I've only sharpened that one time, or really ground that one time. I need to use better terminology. I've only had the reel ground one time. The Greensmaster, since it's been, let me think about it. The Greensmaster, since it's had the reel replaced, has been ground 2 times, and it's been 3 years. So in 3 years, it's been ground twice. And then the True Cut got its first grind like ever earlier this year. It's always been backlapped up until now. So it gives you an idea that you don't always have to get out there and, you know, send the mower in and get it ground. Sometimes a good backlap will be all that you need. But if after doing that, still not cutting paper, that's when you'd want to take it in for a grind to get everything trued up, get the coating taken out, get it just, you know, good to go so it cuts well. So great question, Gerald. I really appreciate you joining the channel as a member. All the support definitely helps. And if you need anything else, definitely don't hesitate to post a follow-up question in the chat. Look forward to helping you out. All right, next up, we have Mr. Jason Harrison. He says, happy Friday, and even happier because I ordered the Rev 26. He's referring to the Revolution 26. Bring on even more domination in 2024. Yeah, guys, so if you guys didn't know, Real Rollers released a mower they've been working on for several years now, the Revolution 26. It's a pretty good, cool mower. I've gotten the opportunity to cut with it several times. I think the people that get it are really going to like it. So they've launched it on their. Actually, I can send you guys a link to where it is. I can show you exactly where you can find it. They've got a pre-order set up for it where you can. I think you'll save like $500 or something like that off the cost of the mower. And so yeah, if you're looking to get a mower that has got a lot of the. Here we go, right here. To has a lot of the features that you'd be looking for all in one mower without having to buy a bunch of extra parts. So for example, you know, it's chain driven, 26-inch width of cut, the grooved roller. The grooved roller on that mower is insane. It's like 17 pounds whenever it was weighed. It's a really heavy front grooved roller, which is nice because, you know, if you have some mowers you find, because I've tried, you know, I've mowed with quite a few different reel mowers. Like my True Cut is really good about it, that it settles in. The Greensmaster does a great job settling in. You know, and the thing with having that heavy grooved roller that's on the Revolution is the mower just really settles on the turf. So when you're making a pass, even if you are running it wide open, it stays connected to the turf, and the result is it cuts really well. So I've been over to the turf park. And there was a couple of the Zoysia plots. Lee had a section that was cut at like half an inch, and it was clean. It was really good. Very happy with the way that looked. Compared to my True Cut, better. I'd have to take my greens mower out there to compare it. I'm going to say that a greens mower is probably still going to cut better. It's difficult to really compare them because like my Greensmaster 1600 is an 11 blade. The Revolution is a 6 blade, but as far as the cut at half an inch, it's a thing of beauty. I mean, no one is going to be disappointed with that at all. So, you know, well-built mower, very well done. I think that, you know, you're going to be happy with it with Jason. I think you're going to like the mower quite a bit. I mean, there's nothing. In other words, if I were in the market for a mower now, if I were in the market for like say a McLean, say in that category more, so like say a McLean trimmer. Or a True Cut, the Revolution is what I would buy today. If I were in that market for one of those mowers, that's by far, because it has everything. It literally has everything. You have to buy anything for it. You have to go spend a couple $100 extra to buy the roller. It's got the GX160 engine. It's got a lot of good things going for it. So I think that people are going to be very happy with it whenever you guys get them in your hands and start cutting with it. All right, next up, we have Mr. Oliver Riddim. Oliver is in the house. He says, happy Friday, Ron and everyone. The worst thing happened to me last week, and not the worst thing. I mean, the worst thing would be you're not here. You could have been hit by a train or something, but, you know, it's not the worst. I'm sure it's pretty bad, but it's not the worst. But I digress. We finally get some dark clouds with thunder and lightning. I run out there to lay my fert, and not a single drop of rain fell. That's pretty rough, Oliver. I gotta admit, that's Mother Nature being mean, playing tricks on you. You know, you're getting all riled up and looking forward to getting your free watering in, and all that for nothing. But here's the thing: the weather's already turning. It's starting to cool off here in Georgia. I think the high today was it 81. So it's already cooling off here in Georgia. We're on the downhill stretch as far as temperatures go. So hopefully in Texas, you guys will start getting some rain soon, or in Oklahoma, wherever you are. I think you're either in Texas or Oklahoma. I forget which one. But hopefully you guys will start getting some rain soon, so your lawn will green up like ours. Good stuff. All right, so let's see who we have here in Instagram. We have a question here from Real Mowers. He says, is it too late to drop triple 14 in Gwinnett? No, I don't think so. I fertilized my lawn, so I've already given my lawn its granular feeding for the month of September, it's going to get Primo and the 901C carbon kit. This weekend, along with everything else that I'm doing as far as I'm doing my pre-emergent, and I'm also going to do a little bit of a celleprin. I'm going to do a low rate of a celleprin in the tank as well with my spectacle flow application, my pre-emergent application. But to answer your question, if your lawn is still growing, you're still mowing it, which you are, because lawns are still growing pretty well here in Northeast Georgia. Gwinnett's like 20 minutes from me. triple 14 should be just fine. Only thing I would say is that I would apply that if you have a soil that needs phosphorus. If you don't need phosphorus, don't apply triple 14. But if you do, then by all means. And as far as application rates, just look at what the label says. I would stay between 3 to 5 pounds per thousand, depending on if you're putting anything else in the soil over the course of the month. And outside of that, just mow it. Just mow it, sir. You're on your way. All right, next up, we have, let's see, Oliver. Not Oliver. We've already gotten Oliver. We got Jackie Bear. He says, Brother Ron, have an excellent stream, sir. I holler. Thank you so much, Jackie. I appreciate all of the love and support. And he says, happy Labor Day, everybody. Jackie, I have not met you, but I can imagine you would be a riot to be around. I can feel that coming across. We've not met, but I can sense it. I can sense it. All right. Next up is C Pims. He says, what's happening, Ron? Hope your Friday has been good. Did you get my email of the before and after photos I sent you? As a matter of fact, I did. I have, I have it on my agenda. I've got the whole list of things that I want to go through, and your pictures are already queued up. But since you're here and you're asking about it, we can go through it now. Colin. So he sent me some pictures. 2 are of his before, and then the final one was his after. And according to what he was telling me, these are about 6 to 7 weeks apart. So C Pims. So he starts out, that's his before, looking, not great. I've seen worse, but they're definitely lawns not living his best life. This is also his before picture, right? You can see there. And just to put it in perspective what he's done, it's his nutrient program has gotten in check. So his fertilization program, he's applied fungicide between what you saw on those 2 pictures and what you're about to see now. So here we are 6 to 7 weeks later, and this is what the lawn looks like today. And I would argue that most of you guys would think that looks pretty good. To go from that and that, wrong person, go from that and that to this over the course of 6 to 7 weeks is really good. The color looks great. You can tell that the nutrient program is on point, Colin. Lawn is looking good. Just keep mowing it. And it's only going to get better because now that you've gotten ahead of the problems that you had in the lawn, right? The disease issues you were dealing with and the nutrient challenges you're dealing with, now that you're ahead of that, if you continue to mow it, and just keep feeding it as you have, it's gonna look awesome, especially with you having a cool season lawn. Like your second season, your go time is about to start, right? So you are well on your way, off to a great start. The color looks awesome, like I said, and hard work and consistency definitely pays off. It definitely pays off. So thanks so much for sending the pictures. Sometimes folks need some motivation to be like, hey, my lawn looks terrible. It's awful. There's no way it can get better. And it's always good to show the success stories of people's lawns other than mine and other than Alex's, just to show that, hey, this, it can be done. It can be done. If you're consistent and you do the work, you will absolutely get the result. It would be unreasonable for your lawn to not get better if you do the correct things. All right, next up is Stephen Thompson. He says, can you touch on the 6 blade of the Revolution and how well it cuts? Thanks, Ron. Cuts really well. So again, at the turf park, it's set to 1/2 inch is where the height of cut on the Zoysia and Bermuda plots, and it looks good. The picture, I wish I had a better picture of it, but the picture in this thumbnail is at 1/2 inch. So if you see how that looks, it's really tight. I've got some other I've got some other thumbnails, but I can't actually show you guys those. I don't have them prepared here. But the long and short of it is the mower cuts very well. At the 1/2 inch height of cut that he was making the pass, doing the testing on the Zoysia, the 2 Zoysia plots and the Bermuda plot, looks great. You're not going to be unhappy with it. It's a common thing. You think like a 6 blade. How good is a 6 blade going to cut, especially when you get to what I consider to be lower cutting heights. And for me, lower cutting heights is really anything around 1/2 inch. Once you're below 1/2 inch, that's another universe altogether. But really, the sweet spot where most people are going to run this mower, which is between say 1/2 inch to up to 3/4 inch, which is where I think that it makes the most sense to maintain your lawn, unless you've got a lot. Unless you have more time than I do to mow your lawn. Let's like mow more than I do. It works beautifully in that range. So half an inch to 3/4, it's going to cut really well. And again, at the turf park, if you ever get a chance to go by there, you can check it out for yourself. The two Zoysia plots and the Bermuda plot look awesome. Look really good. I wouldn't let the fact that it's being launched with a 6-blade dissuade you. It's the mower cuts good. The proof is in the results. All right, so next up we have Luis Ramirez. He says Revolution has been pre-ordered. All right, so Lee really should be on the live stream tonight because obviously it's not about golf course lawn store or golf course lawn. It's all about the Revolution tonight. That's all you guys want to talk about, but it's cool. He might pop in, I'm sure. Maybe he'll stop in and say hi, answer some questions, and yeah. But I can tell you guys, like I know as much as you guys do as far as the mower does. I've seen it in person. I've gotten to mow with it. It is a great mower. Like I said, I have no I have no incentive. I don't make a penny on if you guys buy one or don't buy one. I can just tell you that based on what I've seen with the mower and what I've personally just from cutting with it, it's a great mower. Cuts really well. If I were in the market for a mower right now in that range, and I always want to qualify that, if I were choosing between say a McLean, a Trimmer, a Swardman, the Rolex, I would go with the Revolution for me because I've mowed with all of them, and by far the Revolution, it's for the money, especially for the prices they're launching it at, for what you're paying, you're getting a lot of mower, man, and it cuts really well. The biggest thing, like if you're looking at mowers that are newer on the market now, the biggest difference that I would say that I experienced between it and the Rolex was that for whatever reason, the Rolex seems more back-weighted, more aft-weighted, meaning that unless you are very careful, it's very easy for that mower to come off the turf, like for it to pop a little bit of a wheelie, which is going to influence the cut. It's going to negatively affect the cut. You're going to be more prone to scalping because the mower bounces. Like, if any of you guys that have real mowers, if the mower comes off the turf and then back on, you're more likely to scalp in those areas. And the fact that you did that Lee went forward with engineering a groove roller for it, and it's a heavy one. The mower does not. I mean, it stays planted. It does a really good job just cutting across the turf. If you guys want to see it, go out and go to the turf park and take a look for yourself. The cuts at half an inch look fabulous. I mean, you would not you're not gonna be disappointed by that at all. So yeah, if it were me, if I were in the market and I were looking for a mower in that range, that is what I'd be looking for. Obviously, in my opinion, a greens mower like a Deere or a Toro. If you're looking for the best possible cut, like the most uncompromising cut, you're not going to beat a Greensmaster or a Deere. But outside of that, it's right up there, man. And it comes with everything, and the price is right. So there is that. So I think you guys will be very happy with them when you get one. The time I've had with it to be able to play with it, it cuts really well. It cuts quite well. And the one thing that's kind of cool too, I was kind of worried about, the whole chain drive system. I was like, do you really want to do chains? But then you think about it, like if you look at like a mower like a Swardman or any like the belt driven mowers, like when time comes to scalp, you really don't, like you try and scalp along with a belt driven mower, tends to not really work out that well. Like with my outlet, I would never scalp my lawn with that. The True Cut is going to get used for that, mainly because it is chain driven. So that's another benefit of it, that being chain drive, you can do everything from just your regular mowing. You can do scalping with it. You can that's another good point. Backlapping with it. That's probably another excellent point as well. It's like toolless backlapping. You literally take like the cover off, stick a half-inch drill on there, and spin it, and you're backlapping the mower. So there's nothing to take apart. So for anyone that really wants to keep the mower looking as good or sharp as possible, it's again, it's thought about a lot of things that all the pain points of real mowing the mower solves. For example, my True Cut, I have never personally backlapped my True Cut because it's such a pain to do. You got to take the mower apart, like resetting the reel to bed knife tolerance on a True Cut is like, it's torture. I find it really difficult. It's harder than it needs to be. Whereas with the Revolution, literally, there's nothing to take apart. You literally put a drill on it and spin it backwards, put your backlapping compound, and away you go. There's nothing to have to disassemble, which is kind of cool. You got to take the cover off, but outside of that, easy. All right, next up we got Mo D. She says, "Hey, happy Friday. What's going on, Mo? Hopefully you're doing well. I haven't seen you for a while. So hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're glad to see you pop back at the live stream. I haven't seen you for a minute, but it's good to see that you're still around. All right, Real Roller is here in the live stream. He says, happy Friday. Wish I could be on tonight. We're watching our son play for Buford tonight in football. Nice, nice. Very, very cool. But yeah, that's what you guys need to ask. If you have questions about anything outside of what I've just spoken about, then ask. Reach out to Real Rollers. There's a video that's on. You know what? I'll make it easy for you guys. There is the pre-order and video page right here, and and there's everything you need. The information's there. The video about it is there, and any questions outside of that, reach out to Real Rollers. All right, next up, we have Anna Duran. It says, do you have a video or a guide to what the entire overseeding process is? Just want to make sure I do it right. I don't. So here's the thing, Anna. I've done seeding for Bermuda. I haven't done seeding or any overseeding for cool season grass because I have a warm season lawn. And while I thought about doing it this year, as far as overseeding my lawn with ryegrass, I haven't. I'm not going to do it this season. The long short of the process, though, if you want me just to walk through it with you, is you're going to want to do something to thin the turf out a bit. So say your lawn is really thick. If it's really thick, I ask the question, why are you overseeding it? But if you have some thin spots in your lawn, and this applies to cool season grass. Warm season grass, really, for most people, you really shouldn't be overseeding warm season grass. But for cool season lawns, bunching type grasses, then the process is thin the grass out a little bit, or the canopy out a little bit. So you can use a turf rake to do that. That's a good way of doing it. Then you would apply your grass seed. Some people like to put down like peat moss. I've never done that whenever I've done seeding, and I've still gotten good results. But a lot of folks like to do peat moss on top of that, and then watering. If you're feeding your lawn regularly, you don't technically have to do a fertilizer app at the time of seeding. If you're not, then putting down a good starter fertilizer is a good idea. So a fertilizer that has all three macros, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, is a good idea. And then most seeding projects, Anna, fail due to adequate water. By adequate water, I don't mean that you turn the lawn into a swamp, but really for the first couple of weeks, you really don't want to allow the lawn to dry out. So depending on where you are in the country, that could mean watering twice a day, could mean watering 3 times a day. If you're way up north, you might only have to water once a day. But the long short of it is that you don't want the lawn to dry out during that period of time. So again, thin out the turf, apply your seed. If you're going to be putting down a fertilizer or to help provide nutrient, you can do that as well. And then some kind of cover if you decide to go that route. Peat moss is very popular. Some people use straw. I've never done either of those, and I've gotten good results whenever I've done seeding work. So hope that helps. And if you have anything else, definitely let me know. I mean, as far as applying the grass seed, whatever seed you buy, the label will have will specify how many pounds per 1,000 square feet you should put down. And make sure you read that properly, because it'll often offer 2 rates. One for if you're doing a renovation from scratch, and then another if you are overseeding. So make sure you follow the label as far as what it recommends for overseeding versus a new lawn that you're trying to establish. On the topic, if you want to see how this is done, or you want to see actually someone that sent me a video, and it just happens to help out with this quite a bit, is a gentleman named Ted Rogers. He's on the live stream quite often, and Ted told me what kind of grass seed he's using. It is let me see here. I want to make sure I tell you right. It's Artemis Turf Type Tall Fescue is what he's going with. So if you look at this video here that he sent me before the show, this is his prep work. So you can see he's doing a full renovation. He's not overseeding, but his buddy over there is doing, well, check out the camera so I can pause it. His buddy over there in the corner is also thinning out the canopy a little bit where the grass still is, so that he can get some germination in that space. In his situation, he leveled the entire lawn as best as he could. He's put down a coat of rich compost, and then he's going to be doing his seeding work. So if you're seeing how once it's done from bare ground, Ted gives you a pretty good example. And what he's also doing here as well, not strictly necessary, but he's also doing this, is he's aerating. So if we go back to right there, you see he's got a core aerator. You don't strictly have to do that, but I think Ted has had issues with compaction in his lawn in the past. So he's saying, hey, while I'm going through all this trouble, I'm also going to relieve compaction. So he has done his prep work. he's also going to core aerate the lawn, and then he's going to put his seed down. That step is optional. You don't technically have to do that. But what his buddy's doing here in the background right there with what looks to be either a Sunjo or some similar machine that is doing the scarifying, that's doing that thinning out of the canopy that I spoke about. That is something you are going to want to do, because you want the canopy to be thin enough that there's that sunlight, that warmth can reach the new seed that you're about to put down. So Ted, thank you so much for sending this in. It was very timely, because I got a question tonight about it. I had it in the agenda to show, and I got to show it a little bit earlier. And Ted sent me another video afterwards. Actually, I think I can get this on the show as well too. He showed me the results after. You're not gonna be able to hear what he's saying, but long short, let me see if I can get this up here. Long short, he was saying, Ron, I don't know how you do this. This is way too much work. Him and his buddy are having a cigarette afterwards, and he has much respect, and he's gonna turn out and show how the lawn looks right now. So you can see how he's got the compost out there. He's still putting that down. This is peat moss and everything he's putting down. So it's a ton of work. It's a lot of work. Don't let the fact that, Ted took his shirt off and he's having to have a cigarette because it's so bad, like, drive you away from it. What he is doing is more work than what you're likely going to be doing, because all you're looking to do is just to overseed. For you, running that scarifier, putting down the grass seed, putting down some peat moss if you want to, and then watering it is really all you're going to have to do. So hope that helps, Anna. I don't have an actual video on cool season overseeding because I don't have cool season lawn, but hopefully between my explanation and what Ted graciously sent in as far as what he's doing with his fescue renovation, you'll be on your way. All right, next up is Leo Garcia. Leo says, hey, Ron, Austin, Texas in the house. What's going on, Leo? Thanks for coming to hang out. And then we have someone new. I've not seen this name before. LeBrancha Ella says, hello, Ron. What's going on, LeBrancha? LeBranche, I'm sure I might be butchering your name. If so, I apologize. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream and stop by to say hello. Next up is Matthew Kim. Matthew Kim, he says, Ron, my man, I know I asked about fall application on pre-emergent. How many times do you apply in the fall? Matthew, up until this year, I've always only done one application. So one app of pre-emergent this time of year. So late August, early September is when I do my pre-emergent, and that has worked well for me. This year, I'm going to change it up. I'm going to still be using Spectacle Flow. That's what I'm going to be using. And again, if you are for you warm season, cool season folks, this is not for you. This is only for us warm season people. Do not buy this if you have a cool season lawn. So I'm going to be doing 2 applications of this at the lower rate. So one this weekend at 1/10 of an ounce. Let me see what I got you show you here. So I have Spectacle in one of these bottles because I've got a bunch of these, and I'll be doing a 0.10 ounces per 1,000 square feet now, and then I'll do another app in December. So last year and in years past, I've gone out at a single application at the 0.20 rate. And I've never actually done a split app with Spectacles. I said, hey, why not mix it up? Try something new. We can see the results together. A single app at the higher rate does a great job. I didn't have any POA in my lawn, between last fall and this spring, so it worked really well at that higher rate. So I'm going to play with it and see, hey, if I go out with two apps, overall the same amount of active ingredient is going to be going in the soil, but I'm going to split it up between 2 applications. What kind of results do we get? I imagine it's still going to be good because Spectacle is a great product, but I mean, for some of you guys asked that, and I don't have an answer how well it works because I've never done it, but this year I will. So hopefully that helps, Matthew. Depending on what you're applying, with Spectacle, again, one app works very well, produces great results. You can do a split app if you want as well too. I don't think it's particularly necessary, but I'm going to try it this year anyway. If you are going to be using prodiamine, so let's say in the spring you use dithiopyr as your pre-emergent, and this fall you're going to use prodiamine. Given that prodiamine by itself does have some control, it does work against POA annual, but it's not awesome against POA. If all you're using is prodiamine, doing an application now and then doing another one later in the fall, so late November, early December, would be a good idea, because prodiamine by itself, like a single app now, is not gonna do a great job keeping your lawn free of POA all the way into the springtime. So if you're using prodiamine, I would consider doing a split application. Something you can do as well. You tell me what kind of grass you have. If you have warm season grass, and I want to emphasize this, if you have warm season grass, this is only for warm season grass, you can mix 2 other herbicides along with prodiamine. You can mix another pre-emergent called, it's called Princep. The active ingredient is simazine. And you can mix a post-emergent herbicide along with it called, the brand name is Image, but the active ingredient is imazaquin. So prodiamine, simazine, and imazaquin, you can use those together. I've sprayed that a single time this time of year, and that's produced very good results as well. Not quite as good as Spectacle, but very good results. That combination, prodiamine, simazine, and imazaquin, used to be available, or still is available, but it used to be available in a smaller quantity in a product called Coastal, but they've since discontinued the smaller one that's, the size that homeowners would want to use. So if you were looking for something to kind of take it up a notch, you can do prodiamine, simazine, and Image. That will give you better control over Poa annua in a warm season lawn than just doing prodiamine. But to be completely honest, like by the time you add up the cost of all 3 of them and the headache of like having to mix them all, you may as well just go out and find a friend or 2 and just go and buy a bottle of Spectacle and just split it. Like this is going to keep Poa out of your lawn. You know what I mean? Versus going down that route. So you've got a couple of different options. Hopefully that helps, Matthew. And the blend that I just shared with you as far as prodiamine, simazine, and imazaquin, that is for warm season turf only. Spectacle Flow, warm season turf only. If you have a cool season lawn, that is when prodiamine is going to be your jam. So hope that helps. Need anything else, definitely let me know. Great question. It's a good question to be asking this time of year, guys. When it comes to pre-emergent, we are in the window for doing it. Like, I mean, it was the high today was 81. It's 76 degrees now. I'm a fan that once temps start getting into the 70s, I get my pre-emergent out a bit earlier than others do, but I also don't have a lot of problems with Poa in my lawn. So when it comes to pre-emergent, a little bit earlier is better than late. So if you're not doing any kind of overseeding of your warm season turf this year, or if you have a cool season lawn and you're not doing any overseeding, you have no plans to do that, then get your pre-emergent out here in the next week or 2. It's better to be a little bit ahead of the curve than behind, since the stuff really works better if it's in the soil prior to the weeds emerging, as the name would imply. And if you're looking for where you can get pre-emergent, I'll show you guys really quick. Shameless plug. You can go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, go to shop, and then our weed killer section, and you can use the filter for just pre-emergent, and you'll see your options there. We've got granular and liquid options. That will get you all squared away. So great question, Matthew. If you need anything else, definitely let me know, and I will get you set up here at Matthew Kim pre-emergent links, or pre-emergent. We'll just do like this. Boom. And if you want Spectacle, because I know I'm going to get that question, you'll be like, hey man, I want Spectacle Flow. Well, you ain't got that in here. If you want that, I'll find the link for that here for you as well, and get that to you here in a second. So just bear with me. But again, that is only for don't spray it on your cool season lawn. It's for warm season turf. So here's your link for Spectacle if you decide you want to go that route. Okay, let me speed up because I'm chatting too much. We've got a lot of questions and comments to go through. Next up is Adam Carter. He says, hey Ron, I sent you pictures of what the yard looks like now after 2 weeks. Can you look at the pictures and tell me what you think, if you think I just need to resod? Ooh, need a resod. What do you guys think? Is Adam going to be looking at a resod? Now, if you guys remember, Adam was it does have some challenges. So Adam, to give some context, he did his zoysia lawn. He did some top dressing. And he went very heavy. He went heavier than what I recommend. And the zoysia did not take too well to that. So this is what his lawn looks like now. So I can get this to come up here. The picture he just sent to me. And he's saying, should I resod it? I mean, here's the thing, Adam. If you look over there on the left, I see some green coming through some of the creases. I mean, I would just give it more time, man. I really would. Like, if you're going to resod it, I'll put it this way. If you're going to resod it, why not wait until like next spring to do it? You could, I'm not sure exactly where in the country you are, but if you're, if you're going to resod it, while you technically could do it now, why not wait till like March timeframe? That's going to give you the absolute best chance for success because you're going to be away from the cold weather. It's going to root in really quickly. It's going to establish well. Like if I were going to do it, I don't know that now would be the time that I would go for that. And I would still give it more time. I don't think you've killed off the zoysia, man. I really don't. I really don't. I mean, it's not looking great right now, but it's, you know, given time and temperature, I believe it'll come back. So it's your call. If it were me, I can only ask questions as what I would do. If it were me, I would not do it now. I would not resod the lawn now. I would wait until next year, until next spring, and see how things are looking, because there's still, even though temperatures are cooling off, Adam, there is we're not going into dormancy yet. It's not going to be till October, you know, maybe mid-November, until, depending on what temperatures do. And between now and then, the lawn might, you know, it might start coming back. It might start recovering. So just give it some more time. I wouldn't throw in the towel just yet. And if you decide to resod again, I would do it in the spring of next year. I really wouldn't be in a rush to do it now. So hope that helps. Sorry you're dealing with that. I am still of the opinion, if I were a betting man, that the zoysia is going to come back. It's just going to take its sweet time because it's zoysia. So hope that helps. I know it's tough, man, looking at the lawn the way it is, but I wouldn't want you to go out and spend a bunch of money and jump to a rash decision that, you know, where I don't think you may necessarily have to spend a bunch of money redoing it and resodding it. Plus, you have to level it all over again, right? You have to top dress it again if you decide to do that. All right, next up is Mary J. She says, man, that Real Rollers mower looks nice. Checking in, Ron. Have you applied pre-emergent for the winters yet? What's that window timing? Thank you. I have not applied it as yet, Mary, because today is not tomorrow. Tomorrow, that's when I'm planning to do it, to get my pre-emergent down, my spectacle down. When it comes to pre-emergent, I like to get my applications done a bit earlier. So late August to early September is when the window for pre-emergent applications open if you're in the Southeast United States. The most correct answer is whenever soil temperatures are in the low 70s and then trending cooler is when you want to get your pre-emergent down. Remember, when it comes to that, to pre-emergent, having it in the soil a little bit early is really not going to hurt you. Having it in the soil a week or two early is not nearly as bad as having it in the soil a week or two after the weeds you're trying to control have already started germinating. You know what I mean? So being ahead of the curve a little bit isn't a bad thing, especially if you're planning to do a split application in the fall as far as your pre-emergent apps. So for me, my first app of spectacle will be this weekend, will be tomorrow. All things, if everything works out, that's the plan. And then I'll do another app in late November, early December. And I'm going to be doing something different. Normally I only do a single app of Acelepryn. I'm going to be doing spectacle and Acelepryn tomorrow. So again, it's going to be a low rate application of that tomorrow. So cool, good stuff. I might even live stream it. I'm trying to decide if I want to live stream it or not. But I mean, it's just me throwing some stuff in a backpack sprayer and going out and spraying the lawn. I don't think you guys really want to see that, right? Probably boring. Probably boring is what I'm thinking. All right, next up we have Jason Pratt. Okay, so it's a question here from Instagram. He says, still very dry here. What fertilizer should we be using to help with recovery? So you say it's still very hot and dry. You said it's still very hot and dry. As far as fertilizer to help with recovery, there's not a if it's hot, Jason, you need to water and allow the lawn to come back. Like putting down a bunch of fertilizer, if the reason why your lawn is dry is or is struggling is lack of water, isn't going to do a whole lot. I mean, it's important to obviously feed the lawn, make sure it has the right amount of nutrient. But if you have a lawn that is parched and burnt, putting down fertilizer isn't going to make it green. You know, you're going to want to water it to make sure it has water. Now, once the temperatures do cool off and the lawn is starting to recover, in that case, you would just fertilize your lawn based on whatever your soil test results are. So if you've never done a soil test, never a bad time to do one. The one I recommend is the soil test kit from My Soil. These are really easy to use. You get your results in about a week or so, and it will tell you which fertilizer is the best fit for your soil. A good option is that I like is Humic Max or the Stress 12-0-24. In other words, if you're like saying, Ron, I ain't doing a soil test. I don't want to do a soil test, and I just want a fertilizer recommendation. Without a soil test, I'm not going to recommend a fertilizer that has phosphorus in it. I would say either Humic Max or the Stress 12-0-24 are going to be safe options for your lawn. You can get both those at the Golf Course Lawn Store, and if you want, I will post a link here to where you can pick those up. So hope that helps. But again, I would not use fertilizer as a way to help a lawn that is dry to bounce back. I mean, once it's recovering, you're watering it, you're getting some rainfall, and the lawn's starting to come back. And if you want to start feeding it again, that is when introducing fertilizer is not is a good idea. But as far as like saying my lawn is dry and dying, I'm going to fertilize it to make it green again, it's not really going to work out the way you think it is. So here are the links where you can find those. If you have any other questions, definitely let me know. Guys, someone was telling me that there's an audio sync issue. If there is, let me know. I'm not sure if any of you guys are seeing that. Maybe try like refreshing on YouTube and let me know if there's an issue or not. If there's not a whole lot I can do about it now, but let me know if my audio and video are not in sync. Let me message this person. All right. So next up we have a super chat. Let me get down here and grab one here really quick. He says, this one is from Lance. He says, your AV is not in sync. Just heads up, or is it just me? So the audio, so there's a slight audio issue, huh? I'm trying to think what could have caused that, because I haven't changed anything. I'm not sure. I may have to just upload this later after I fix it. So apologies for that if the audio and video are slightly out of sync. I will just I'll fix it after the fact and just re-upload the video to YouTube if it's really bad. So sorry if it's distracting. Okay, next up we have Neil White. He says, "Hey Ron, I hope you're doing well. Notice my neighbor is having armyworm problems. Saw a few, and he refuses to do anything about it. I sprayed a Celoprin in my yard. Should I be worried?" No, if you've got a Celoprin down already, if you already applied this, you should be good to go. You shouldn't really have an issue with the armyworms migrating into your lawn and doing a bunch of damage. So yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. If you did a recent application of a Celoprin, you should be in good shape. Guys, hang on one second. I'm going to try to, well, actually, no, I'm not going to do that. So if I stop and restart this, I'm going to lose all your comments. So you're going to have to just tolerate it. I don't want to lose all your comments by restarting the stream. All right, next up is Anna Duran. She says, "I'm thinking about doing it Sunday. Parts of my grass is going dormant, I think." What do you mean by parts of your grass are going dormant? I mean, Anna, if you don't mind, like shoot me an email as far as what's going on with what kind of lawn you have, because really I could see you having some dormancy issues if you had a cool season lawn that were stressed by summer temperatures, where that could cause some a dormancy, the lawn to temporarily go into dormancy. But now with you going into the fall, it should be waking back up again. And if you have warm season grass, it's not quite cool enough yet that it should be going dormant. So if you don't mind, like, send me an email of what kind of grass you have, and so we can get it worked out. So guys, what I can do is, if you guys want me to try and fix the audio, I can stop the stream and restart it. We can give that a go, but it's your call. You guys message to me. So Isaac is saying it's just fine, no audio issue for me. Okay, well, we'll keep going. We'll keep plugging on. All right, next up is Jason is Michael Cahoon. He says, "Happy Friday, man. So I'm going to do a top dressing on my backyard, no seed. I have a fair mix of Bermuda and crabgrass. So the idea is to essentially bury the weeds and fertilize and water." So let me see if I understand this correctly. You're gonna do a top dressing in your backyard, no seed, and I have a mix of Bermuda and crabgrass. So here's the thing, Michael. If all you have is Bermuda lawn, and you are like, if you're gonna top dress it, it's a bit late in the season for that, in my opinion. I'm not sure where in the country you are. If you're in Arizona or somewhere it's going to be hot for a lot longer than maybe, but if you're in Georgia, it's a bit late in the season, in my opinion, to be doing top dressing. Like, the temperatures are already cooling off, and you don't want to go out there and do a top dressing on the lawn and not have it not there be enough time to have it recover. You know what I mean? So based on what you're showing me, you got Bermuda and you got some crabgrass. If you want to try and control the crabgrass, I'm fine with doing that. But as far as doing a top dressing in September, I'd think twice about doing that, man. You could end up with a situation where the lawn is covered in sand and it's not really recovering. So I would not recommend that. Would not recommend that one. All right, next up is Phyllis Lawrence. She says, happy Friday and Labor Day. Ron and my fellow lawn connoisseurs from San Antonio, Texas. Hit that like button to show your appreciation for Ron and all he's doing for us. Thank you. I appreciate that, Phyllis. Thank you so much. Really does mean a lot. And then next up, we have, Jason Harris. So it is out. So there's an audio issue. It is out of sync. So you guys have to let me. Yeah, this is not worth the restart. Cool. All right, next up is Mark Luna. He says, good evening, Ron. Hello, everyone. Looking forward to another great stream. Long weekend upon us. Get your mow on. Good stuff, Mark. I like it. I dig it. I definitely will be out mowing not tomorrow. I mowed yesterday, so tomorrow will be pre-emergent day, and then I will mow the following day. I'll mow Sunday. Almost Sunday. Next up is Tutrilla. He says, happy Friday, Ron and Stripe Action Gang. What's going on, Tutrilla? Hopefully you're doing well. Thanks for coming to hang out. And Mr. Robert Rainey saying, good evening, everyone. So guys, one of the other pictures I wanted to show you guys tonight came from Robert Rainey. So he wanted to show the difference between a rotary mower on his lawn, a McLean on his lawn, and then a Greensmaster on his lawn, all within the same month. I think what happened is he went out of town, the lawn got a little bit overgrown, so he first put a Toro Time Master on it, and then he used his McLean, and then he finished up with his John Deere. So I'll show you guys that now in case you are interested. So this is picture one of this is with the rotary mower, the Toro Time Master, great mower. This is cut number 2. This is with the McLean, and then this is the finishing up with the John Deere. And he's telling me that all these pictures are within a month. They weren't on the same day, but within a month of each other. So this is how the lawn looks now, the last picture, and then this is the in between, and then this is where it started out when it got a little bit overgrown. So if you can see how much of a difference a mower can make to a lawn. So very cool stuff. Thanks for sharing the picture, Robert. Really do appreciate it. And yeah, something that, if you want to see like a difference between a rotary mower, which again doesn't look bad, and then a McLean, which again doesn't look bad, or like a greens mower, which looks incredible, then you can see literally on the same lawn, same angle, you can see the differences in quality of cut. Cedric G's up next. He says, Big Ron, checking in to support the channel, smashing the like button, turfs up for down, Stripe Action forever. Thank you so much, Cedric. Appreciate you checking in. And the next, Mr. McNasty Motorsports is up next. He says, Ron, president of the ALMS here. We're going to have to ask you to remove the carriers from the outlet as part of the BOP. Thanks. So what McNasty's trying to say, if you're not like a motorsports nerd, what he's trying to say is that the outlet, or what I'm doing, is OP, and that you need to have like a handicap applied to my lawn. So I disagree. It's looking okay now that it's rained, but it's still, there's always room for improvement. This is how the lawn looks today, in case you guys are interested. So this video was taken yesterday. So you can see the stripe action in this direction. And then in a second here, I will turn the camera lengthwise on the lawn, and boom, there you go. You can see stripe action that way. And then my favorite angle is the 3D, is at an angle where you see a blend of the lengthwise and the to and from the house stripes. So that was the lawn as of yesterday. And that's what got me the comment from McNasty. Okay, so next up we got Sean Murphy in the house. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Hope all is well. Yard is rain drunk from Hurricane Idalia. Nonetheless, we'll be getting a good moment tomorrow evening for Labor Day weekend. Nice. Yeah, I'm sure if your lawn has not gotten a lot of water, it is going to, it's that all the rain that Idalia dropped on us here in the last, this past week. We had quite a bit of rain this past week, and it's gonna green up really nicely. So I'd say one thing, Sean, is, what I would say is whenever I get a lot of rainfall, one of the little tricks that I have is if I get a bunch of rain, like a really heavy rainfall, let's say I mowed today, right? And I get a bunch of rain today, and the lawn hasn't been getting a lot of water, say, leading up to that. Regardless of the fact that I mowed today, if I get a lot of rain the same day, I will mow the following day, because what I don't want to do is for the lawn to use your parlance, your terminology, the lawn to get drunk with rain and have a surge of growth and potentially have scalping or cutting problems. So typically what I will do is, regardless of when I last mowed, if I get heavy rainfall, the next day I'm going to mow the lawn again. And that's I've gotten good results with that with that approach. On the topic of mowing, I have a picture from who did this come from? It's from a viewer. He was talking about some scalping problems that he was having in his lawn. So let me see. This is picture 1. It's from Greg. That's who this is from. So if you're not mowing your lawn enough, this is what the kind of issues you can have. So he looked at it and he says, hey, he's obviously not mowing quite a bit, not mowing frequently enough. And you can see that the problems that he's having with the quality of cut. Now, I don't think personally, looking at this, Greg, that this is only a frequency of cut issue. Like, it's not only because you're not mowing frequently enough. If you look, you can see some parts where like the grass is really dark green, like like the mower almost missed it, and then areas where it dug in. So I would check the mower. Make sure, if this is being cut with a real mower, make sure that it's cutting paper all the way across. Make sure it's good and sharp. Because like looking at this, you're getting like really heavy washboarding that kind of leads me to believe that there's a cutting problem with the mower outside of perhaps not mowing frequently enough. So that's picture 1, and there's another close-up that he sent me of the issue, or a wider shot of the issue. You can see what I'm saying. You see like green light throughout there. That's a telltale sign of some washboarding, or just, again, the mower potentially not being sharp enough. You're trying to cut too low, and you're not cutting frequently enough. So a couple of things. One I would do is check to make sure the mower is sharp. So check to make sure it's cutting paper all the way across. That's the first thing I would tell you, Greg. And then consider raising the height of cut up just a little bit. It doesn't take very much. An eighth, quarter of an inch. It doesn't take very much. And if you're not able to increase your mowing frequency, that will allow you to cut the lawn and still maintain a nice color in between mowings. So just something to consider if you're not willing to if you're not able to increase your mowing frequency, raise the height of cut a little bit, and that's going to keep the lawn green between mowing. So I hope that helps. Sorry you're dealing with it. Sean's question got me thinking about the pictures you sent in earlier, so it gave me a chance to show them off. All right, Clarence Barber says, this will probably be the question of all ages. Okay, I'm interested now, but I'm not sure what the question is, Clarence. Okay, he says, okay, here we go. Question is, I broke the bank and grabbed spectacle flow today. Only problem is the only way I have to measure is with a milliliter syringe. Can you back my math up? I'm figuring 12 milliliters will equal 0.4 ounces. I will ask the Google. Let's just say ounces, or actually we'll do this. We'll do milliliters to ounce conversion. And you said 12? So 12, according to the Google, according to Google, 12 milliliters is 0.4, it's a little heavy. It's 0.405, so almost 0.41 ounces. So yes, according to the Google, according to the conversion calculator, that your math checks out, Clarence. Your math checks out. If you ever order Primo or a Celiprin and you can get yourself one of these bottles, like just save one of these. What I do with mine is if you decide you're going to repurpose the bottle, make sure you get like a permanent marker, a permanent Sharpie, and write all over it, like spectacle flow. I write on the caps, so there's no convincing whatsoever, no mistaking like what's in this, because having that measuring cup is really handy for products that are very concentrated, like spectacle, where when you're applying it not like over an acre, like most of the rates on the label speak about an acre, right? But when you're trying to apply it in smaller amounts, having a more precision measuring cup is kind of handy. But in your case, having a syringe will work just fine too. And again, your math checks out to me as far as 12 milliliters for 0.4 ounces. And I'm assuming that 0.4 ounces is going to go in a over 4,000 square feet. So you're going to take that 0.4 ounces, mix it with 4 gallons of water, and spray that over 4,000 square feet. You didn't tell me your dilution rate, but I'm assuming that's what you're doing. Like, I would not spray 0.4 on 1,000 square feet. That's way too heavy. So the fact that you asked for 0.4, I'm assuming that's your 4,000 square foot amount that you're going to be using. So good stuff. All right, next up is Higgy Pop. He says, happy Friday. Have a great show. Let's hit the like button. It's free. Let's do that. Indeed. Higgy Pop is absolutely right. It is absolutely free to hit the like button. So let's do that. I had someone check me, and they said, yeah, it's actually it's 11.36 milliliters to be exact, but your syringe probably doesn't have 11.36 on there, Clarence. So if anything, you'd be better off biasing more towards 11 and a half if you have like a half marking than going to 12. So if your syringe has like 11 and a half marker on it, that would be a better choice than going with 12 milliliters. All right, next we have BG's in the house with 2 thumbs up or 3 peace symbols. I can give you that. Throw them back at you. What's up, BG? Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. Next is Tom Steele. He says, is this the time to get rid of my Fescue 31? And if so, should I kill it and everything around it and reseed? Depends on what your goals are, Tom. I mean, if your goal is to do a renovation and to start over from scratch, if you're on that Ted Rogers life, I can tell you you're a bit behind what Ted did. Like Ted started killing off his lawn weeks ago. So in his case, this area, he's doing a complete renovation, and he started this part to creating this area that's completely bare that you see here in this video. He started that again weeks ago, like early August is when I believe Ted did started the renovation. You can still do it now if that's your plan, but you could have done it. You could have started earlier in the season. And you're saying, should I kill it and everything around it and reseed? It just depends, man. And here's the thing. I'd ask you, why do you want to get rid of the fescue? Are you going to get rid of the fescue and put down a different fescue? Or are you going to get rid of the fescue and go to like a ryegrass or Kentucky bluegrass? Or are you just looking to thicken it up? Just some things to think about. If all you're trying to do is help some spots in the lawn that are perhaps a bit bare get thicker, then, killing off the entire lawn is an extreme way to do that. You may just overseed it. And that's it might be a good way to thicken it up. You know what I mean? So just something to consider. If you are going to, now's a good time to do it. Earlier would have been even better. Next, we got C Pims in the house. He says, much appreciated. Actually, it's Platinum TE Paspalum, which is a warm season turf. Oh, cool. I thought it was a fescue. I said, it's my first time experiencing it, working with it, so it'll eventually go dormant at some point. Curious to see. Yeah, man. Very, very cool, Colin. Thanks for letting me know that. Yeah, looking at the picture, it looks, I could tell it's definitely not Bermuda, but looking at your after picture, it just looks like almost like fescue that's cut too short is what I thought it was. Fescue or ryegrass that's cut too short, but okay, cool. I learned something new. So it's TE Paspalum. Nice. Keep me posted as far as how it continues to do and when it starts to go dormant. DeMarculus Thompson is up next. He says, greetings, Ron and lawn crew. Thinking about the Allet Buffalo. Any thoughts on this Allet? I'm not familiar with the Buffalo DeMarculus. I think that one doesn't have the interchangeable cartridge system, does it? Let me look here. Let's look and see. Pro Sports Mowers and did they even still make that one? So I'm looking here at DeMarculus. If we go over to the Allet commercial page, maybe it's not a commercial. Oh, yeah, there it is. Buffalo, yeah. So the Buffalo, yeah, it's just, I don't think this has an interchangeable cartridge system. It's strictly a mower. It's your call, man. It's your call. That's a lot for strictly a mower. Like, in other words, like the beauty of the C27 of my Allet is that it has the interchangeable cartridge system, and I can verticut with it, I can turf rake with it, I can aerate with it, I can do a lot of different things with it. I don't know that, and I don't know, if I were going to go spend, 15, 16 grand on strictly a mower, all that this is going to be doing is cutting, and I'm going to buy one brand new, I'm probably going to buy a brand new greens mower. Like, if that's my budget and that's what I'm looking to do, more than likely that's where I would go. If all you're looking to do is just mow. If it were me, for that price, I would want something. In other words, for me, for that price, I would want to get something that that allows you to do a lot of the other cultivations and everything else. I just strictly for a mower, I don't know that for me that makes sense. Now, if you're getting it at a cheaper price, or you're finding one that was pre-owned, or someone that you're getting a great deal on one, then yeah, by all means. I mean, Allet doesn't really make bad mowers, or their commercial mowers. Like my C27 has been great, love it. I have no reason to believe that the Buffalo won't be good. You may have to reach out to look up, I think, Sunny Bermuda. I think Sunny Bermuda has one of these. I believe that's correct. He has a few outlets. So check his channel, Sunny Bermuda. If you look on YouTube, I believe he has a 24-inch Buffalo, if memory serves me, and get his thoughts on it. I've never mowed with one. I have no reason to believe that it will not cut well. But if you're buying one brand new, I don't know that I would spend that much just for something that can only just cut grass. I would want something that can do, have like an interchangeable cartridge system in my book. That's what I would want. So hope that helps. Keep me posted on which one you decide to go with. Next is Mo D. She says, let's see. She says, I haven't been here because I'm ashamed of how I've neglected my lawn. You're ashamed. Listen, this is a safe place, Mo. You don't, just because your lawn is not the way you want it to look, join the club. No one is ever happy. I mean, you guys, my lawn, when I look at it now, it looks decent, but I'm still not as happy with it the way it looks now. Like I am most happy with my lawn, from being honest with you guys, in June. Like the last 2 weeks of June into the first week of July is when, in my opinion, my lawn looks its best. After that, it looks okay. Before that, it looks okay. That 3-week period, in my opinion, is when it looks its absolute best. So right now, you guys look at it and say, oh, it looks incredible. To me, it's like, it looks good, but it could always be better. So don't get yourself down. I mean, still come and hang out. Like, you going and isolating yourself is not going to help you get your lawn better. You need like a good support crew, which is what we are. We're a support system. She says, I'm currently sitting in my lawn pulling weeds as penance. Well, that's good. I mean, you're getting it cleaned up. I would just stick with it. I mean, here's the thing I would say, Mo, is if you identify what the problems are. So this season, the lawn is not done as well because, by your own admission, you've neglected it, right? So why have you neglected it? Is it just a time thing? You don't like working on it as much? You didn't, maybe you didn't feed as much as you could have. You feel intimidated by using, herbicides on it. Like what is the issue that caused you to neglect the lawn? It could be just a time thing. If it's a time thing, all I can tell you at that point is get someone else to mow it or something, right? But if it's not that, then, try and dissect why you didn't, why the lawn is the state that it's in. And then for next season, we can take steps to not have that happen again. It's a constant thing. A lawn is never perfect forever. So if your lawn doesn't look that great now, it can only go up from here, right? So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Next up is Andrew Phillips, and I am seeing the sync issue on my end. I'm seeing what you guys are talking about. He says, good evening, Ron, and all. Yards are looking okay, but I have no clue why I'm seeing sinking errors all over the yard, which is throwing off my real mowing game. Lawn leveling down the drain for 2023. That's odd, Andrew. So you did your lawn leveling, and then there's some areas where it's settling. I know you're in Texas, and you guys have had a lot of dry weather. Perhaps that is causing some of the unevenness. Like if some parts of the lawn are drying out at a faster rate than other parts, that could cause some settling problems, which are causing it to be uneven. But you can fix it. No worries. There's always next year. Andrew, from the pictures that you sent to me, from what I recall, your lawn looked phenomenal. So you've always, I know for your standards, you may not like it, but I'm sure it's going to get better next season if you just top dress it again. I wouldn't worry too much about it. All right, next up is Big Germ. He says, are you pushing back pre-emergent because of the heat in Georgia, or are you still doing it this weekend? I'm still doing it this weekend. So we had the heat, and that's fallen off, but now we are, again, today, the high today was 81, and the temperature right now is like in the mid-70s, it's 75 degrees. So yeah, I'm still doing my pre-emergent this weekend. Remember, with Spectacle, I'm doing 2 apps. I'm doing one now, and then another one in late November, early December. And yeah, that is my plan. When it comes to pre-emergent, I have gotten good results by being a bit early versus late. So that is what I intend to do, Big Germ. All right, Andrew Phillips up next. He says, the heat in Texas over the last month has been brutal, even when watering deeply 2 to 3 times a week. Not many times. I do 3 times a week. Yeah, I mean, at some point, you have to start figuring, like, I'm spending a small fortune in water, right? So you gotta balance it. Next up is Big Germ. He says, can you put down Spectacle in the morning dew, or is there a better time of day? Yep, you can put down the morning dew. There's no problem with that, Big Germ. The big thing is whenever you apply Spectacle, or any pre-emergent for that matter, you're going to want to use a larger droplet spray tip like this one, like this. like it is, and you're going to want to water it in. So yeah, putting it down, applying it when the lawn is wet is not really going to hurt anything. If you're going to be running irrigation afterwards anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So it's a wet lawn is more a concern when you're dealing with foliar sprays. If you're going to go out and you're going to spray, say, Celsius, you're spraying some other post-emergent herbicide, and it just finished raining, I might not do that. I might wait for the lawn to dry out a bit before I did that. But for pre-emergent, there's not really any negative to doing it because it's got to get watered in anyway, you know? All right, next up is GC says, what do you put on top of your seed if not peat moss or straw? I don't put anything. Have you ever done pen mulch? I have not. I've not done pen mulch. Looking for options. Don't want to deal with peat moss this year. I have not done, so I've seeded my lawn 3 or 4 times, and I've never used peat moss, straw, or anything like that, and I've gotten good results with it. When I've done my seeding, it's been whenever I've top dressed the lawn, typically. So there's plenty of like bare soil, bare dirt for the seed to germinate into. That's what I've done, and I've gotten good results that way. I know though for cool season folks, it's very common for you guys to put the seed down and then to do peat moss or straw or some other ground cover afterwards. I've just never done that. I can't speak to pen mulch because again, I've never used it. GC. I've never done it. Peat moss, to your point, makes a huge mess. So I'm not sure if that's why you don't want to use it, but I do know it's very messy. So perhaps consider the straw route if you don't want to deal with peat moss. All right, next up is LeBranch Ella. He says, hey, Ron, what's the best herbicide to use to get rid of Bermuda grass? It depends on the kind of grass you have, LeBranch. If it's depends on the kind of grass you have. It's a difficult question to answer. If you have a cool season lawn, you can use a herbicide called Pilex. You can use Tenacity. Tenacity is not the most effective for controlling Bermuda grass. Pilex is better. Pilex Acclaim is also another good option. So really between those two. So Pilex or Acclaim is what I would look into if you're looking to control Bermuda in a cool season lawn. If you're looking to control Bermuda in a warm season lawn, I'm trying to think if there's really I don't think there's no selective herbicide that I'm aware of that will kill Bermuda and not kill other warm season grasses. So say you have Bermuda in, actually that's not true. The only one I can think of is that if you have Bermuda in a zoysia lawn, you can use Fusilade. But say you have Bermuda in St. Augustine, I don't know of a way to selectively remove Bermuda from St. Augustine. If you have Bermuda in like say Centipede, same thing. I don't know of a way to selectively remove Bermuda from a centipede lawn. Pretty much the only warm season grass site that I'm aware of where there's a selective herbicide that won't kill the grass you want to keep and control Bermuda is Fusilade, and that's really for zoysia. So it depends what kind of grass you have, LeBranch. If it is cool season, look into Pilex or herbicide called Acclaim. And if it's warm season grass, assuming you have zoysia, you can use Fusilade. If it's something else, then there's not really a good way to do it. You can non-selectively kill it. You can try digging it out, but Bermuda is really hard to get rid of selectively. So, and if you're looking for a link for Pilex, if you want to look into that, I will get you one right here. But read the label, because even with a herbicide like that, with Pilex or Acclaim, the labels are going to tell you that it's going to take multiple rounds. It's not going to be a one and done type thing as far as controlling Bermuda in your cool season lawn. But look into this. So at LeBranch, and there you go. That's the link for Pilex. And boom, cool, good stuff. All right, next up is Moro. He says, is it too late for core aeration here in Georgia? So I wouldn't, Moro. So I wouldn't. If you're not overseeding your Bermuda lawn, I wouldn't consider doing a core aeration. So if you were gonna, let's look at from the other standpoint. If you are planning to overseed your Bermuda lawn with perennial ryegrass, then sure, if you want to aerate it, you can. But if you're not going to do that, then no, I wouldn't. Really, for Bermuda or really any warm season lawn, the late spring, early summer is a better time to core aerate. If you do it now, you know, the chance, one, you're stressing the turf, and then the chances of you of it recovering before it goes dormant are less, because the grass, as time goes by, is going to be growing less and less aggressively. So I would not core aerate a Bermuda lawn in September unless you are planning to overseed it with like ryegrass or something like that. So hope that helps, sir. Just wait till next year. Wait till next year, Moro. If you have not done it yet, it'll be fine. Wait till next year. All right, so we got another super chat here. This one is from Adam Carter. Thank you so much, Adam.
Super chat received.
He says, with the yard looking like that, how should I spoon feed it if I have some Green County liquid fertilizer 16-21-2? One app puts out 0.21 pounds of N. Should I put it down once a week, or is that too much? Yeah, I wouldn't. I've never spoon fed it with spoon-fed along with that fertilizer that you're talking about, Adam. So I can't say for sure. It's if all you're doing is that. So in other words, if all you're doing is that liquid fertilizer, like 0.2 of a pound of nitrogen every couple of weeks should be okay. If you're also doing a granular, then that, in my opinion, that's too much. Because if you're, let's say you're doing what I do, right, which is about 0.5 pound of nitrogen from my granular, and then from your liquid, you're putting down another 0.4. I mean, you're just under a pound. I guess you technically could be okay, but that would be heavier than what I do, is what I'm trying to tell you. So it depends on if you are doing anything else other than that. If all you're doing is that, it should be okay. If you're doing any other inputs other than the fertilizer you're referring to, then you need to check the math and make sure you're not overdoing it. Again, in your case, Adam, it's largely going to be a time thing, man. Like throwing a lot of fertilizer at the lawn is not going to make it bounce back that much faster. You have zoysia, so which just by definition it grows slower than say Bermuda. It's just going to be a time thing. So I would feed the lawn normally like how you have been, but I wouldn't get out there and try and put down 2 pounds of nitrogen or really go super heavy in a way in hopes you're gonna be able to push growth and help it recover faster. It's just really going to be time. Thanks for the super chat. If you need anything else, let me know, and hope that helps. Again, I'm not familiar with that particular product, so I can't tell you for sure, but just, again, if it's only that, should be okay. If you're adding a bunch of other stuff with it, you might be overdoing it. Okay, next up we have Jeffrey. Jeffrey Sawyer is up next. He says, hi, Ron and fellow Bermuda grass fanatics. I have a friend with a Bermuda lawn, but has centipede mixed in. What can he apply to the lawn to get rid of the centipede? Thank you. So now this is an easy one. This one I got an answer for. So you can use a herbicide called quinclorac, Jeffrey. It is, Bermuda tolerates it very well. Centipede does not tolerate it well, and St. Augustine also does not tolerate it well. So you can use quinclorac to selectively remove centipede out of a Bermuda lawn. It will take multiple applications, but that is how I would go about doing it. And the product that I would tell you to pass on to your friend with the Bermuda lawn that has centipede encroaching into the awesomeness that is Bermuda grass is this quinclorac. Yep, that guy right there. This link will take you to it. Be sure to read the label, Jeffrey. Make sure because it gives you an option for using a methylated seed oil with it or using surfactant with it. Either one will produce a good result. If you're trying to be a little bit less aggressive, you could go with a surfactant. So this is a little bit less. This is going to be less aggressive to the Bermuda than, or it's going to stress Bermuda less than using a methylated seed oil. But just read the label and apply accordingly. And then this is your link. I didn't send it to you. So there's the link for the quinclorac. So that is what you can use to selectively remove centipede or St. Augustine out of Bermuda. It will take multiple apps, but that should get it done without doing too much damage to your Bermuda grass. All right, next up is Neil White. So Neil's of a different opinion. He says, nope, it's not. I live in Georgia, and I usually aerate in late September, October. There you go. So you have a different opinion. I'm not a fan of doing it late in the season, Neil, because again, it's really the chances of the lawn recovering. Aeration is better done in the springtime, in the late spring or early summer. The only time I'd really be aerating a warm season lawn this time of year again is if I'm planning to overseed. But if you've done it, you got good results with it, by all means, go for it. All right, next up you got LaBranche. He says it's LaBranche. So no E. The E is silent. LaBranche. The E is silent. Okay, I got you. Labranche. Okay, Labranche. Like how it sounds. Okay, next up is Gary Freeman. He says, "Hello, Ron. Hashtag Strap Action Gang. And Ron, the turf was fake." He was giving me a hard time. So when I posted this video, or not this particular one, I posted a video shot on the same day of this to I think it was to YouTube as a short, saying, "Is it fake or real grass?" Just to mess around, because every now and then I have someone that'll come in my comments. They'll be like, "Hey, your grass is fake. There's no way there's no way that grass is real." I'm like, so I say, "Is it fake or real?" So just to have a little fun with it. So Gary's giving me a hard time. All right, next up is Kevin D. Jones. He says, Revolution 26 ordered. Wow, nice. Very cool, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys think about the mower, because you got to remember, like a lot of work went into engineering this that mower. Like Lee bought, or he had like 10 units that he got earlier in the season that he gave to, I guess, a small group, a trusted group, to have them run it, put it through its paces, get feedback, to tweak a few things here and there, and yeah, I think you guys are gonna really like it. It's especially at the price point, man. I mean, it's under $3,000, grooved roller, 26-inch with a cut, Honda GX, easy backlapping. I mean, just it's a lot of, like I said, if I were in the market for a mower now, and I were looking between like a True Cut, a McLean, a trimmer, a Rolex, even a Swordman, I would go with the Revolution, from a standpoint of just like from an actual mower, just cutting. That would be my choice, especially at the price point. Really cannot beat it. All right, next up is Moro. He's up next. He says, actually, no, let me get up here. Next up, we have a question from Kevin Clay. He says, what is the best way to treat weeds for Bahia grass? I believe Triad. I believe that Bahia grass will tolerate most three ways, Kevin. So check the labels for the product. But I want to say for Triad, Bahia grass is okay. Let me double check the label here to make sure I'm telling you correctly. Herbicides I know you can definitely use. You can use Certainty, and I believe you can use, for broadleaf control, you can use Triad, but Celsius you cannot on Bahia. So let's take a look here real quick and see what the label says. Yeah. So Bahia grass, Kentucky bluegrass, Bermuda grass, fescue, ryegrass, and zoysia. Yeah, so Bahia grass is okay. So what I would say, Kevin, is if you are looking to control for broadleaf control in your Bahia lawn, you could use this product, Triad Select, and then for sedge control in your Bahia lawn, you could use Certainty. So Certainty, this will take care of your Kalinga, sedges, Poanua, and then for broadleaf control, normally I would say use Celsius, but you can't use Celsius in Bahia. You would use this instead. So Triad and Celsius. Triad and Certainty is going to be your jam. That's going to be the herbicide combination you can use on Bahia grass, depending on the kind of weeds you're trying to control. Like, you didn't tell me what kind of weeds you have, but if you have broadleaf weeds, Triad. If you have sedges, Certainty. So I will give you links for both of those, Kevin, so you have the right one. So at Kevin Clay, this is Certainty, and this is Triad. But again, you can also look and see, if they have a local place that sells a three-way, you can also look at that as well too. Just make sure that, again, that it's labeled for use on Bahia grass. So there you go. You're all set, Kevin. I would add a bit of surfactant along with those two for best results. But yeah, you're all squared away. All right, next up is Moro. He says, question, following the rule that label is law, how accurate should we be for our applications? As accurately as possible. For example, my rear lawn is 1,645 square feet. Should I round up to 2,000 square feet or round down to 1,500 square feet for the application rates? I would pick whichever is closer. So in your case, the 1,500 square feet is going to be closer than is closer to 1645 than 2000. It also depends on what you're applying. You know what I mean, Moro? Like if you're applying a fertilizer, right? Let's say you're doing like a granular fertilizer, not really going to make a huge difference. You know what I mean? Like the amount of product that you're applying for 1,500 square feet versus 2,000 square feet, not going to matter as much. If you're doing herbicides, depending on the rate you're applying it at. So for example, let's say you're using Celsius, say you're spraying Celsius, right? At you mix it at the lower rate, right? And you mix it at the lower rate for 1,500 square feet, but you spray 1,600 square feet, right? If you're spraying, let me make sure I'm explaining this correctly. If you're mixing it at the lower rate and you're spraying, you spray it at the lower rate for say 2,000 square feet, but you're spraying 1,600 square feet, then what you end up with is you end up applying it a little bit heavier. So you may get somewhere between the low and high rate. It's unlikely to be that you're gonna be over applying it. I have to check the math on it, but I'm pretty certain you're still well within limits. So it really depends on the product. You know, if you're talking about fertilizers, for the most part, not really going to matter that much. If you're talking about herbicides, it depends on the rate. You know what I mean? If you are, what I would say is this: if you want to mix herbicides, say you're doing your pre-emergent, if the math is easier for you to do the calculation, mixing for 2,000 square feet, I would mix for 2,000 square feet at a below the lower, below the upper limit. In other words, I wouldn't mix a 2,000 square foot batch at the high rate, because if you spray 1,645 square feet with it, you're obviously overdoing it. But if you mix, say, a 2,000 square foot batch at like the medium rate or like the 2/3 rate, and you spray 1,645, you're still well within limits and you'll be just fine. So hopefully that makes sense. Depending on the product, it really shouldn't. It's some products it matters, other ones it matters less. Fertilizer, between 1,500 and 2,000, not going to make a huge difference. For herbicides, depending at the rate that you're mixing the concentration, it can make a difference. So what I would say, if the math is easier, mix a 2,000 square foot batch at a lower than limit rate. And if you spray your 1645 with it, you're going to be spraying it a bit heavier than the lower rate, but you're still going to be within limits. So hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, let me know. That's a good question, Mauro. I've not gotten that one before. That's a really good question as far as, you know, but as a general rule, how accurate do you want to be? As accurately as possible. You know, as accurate as possible is what you want to go for. And the way you can get yourself some headroom in a situation like what you're describing is just to not mix at the maximum rates. Give yourself a bit of headroom in that case. So hope that helps, Mauro. If you have any other questions, let me know. All right, Anna says, okay, so I have a plan for the fall to overseed, but what do I do in the winter? I'm in Wyoming. In the winter, a whole lot of nothing. Just enjoy the beautiful scenery that I imagine Wyoming has and wait till springtime. Because I mean, in Wyoming, don't you guys get a bunch of snow and the lawn is largely covered in snow for a lot of the year? I wouldn't be doing a whole lot. So as a general rule, Anna, but let me give you a better answer to the question. If the ground is frozen, you don't want to be applying fertilizer or really anything else to it. If you're still out there mowing it, meaning if in October, November timeframe you're having like a cool winter and the lawn is still growing and you're still mowing it, you can continue to feed it. But once you have snow on the ground, or again temperatures get to where the ground is frozen, I wouldn't do any kind of inputs to the lawn. So yeah, in the winter time, not a whole lot. Really, just enjoy the time off. Wait until springtime when the lawn is beginning to wake up, and then your next application will be a pre-emergent. So from winter, going out of winter into spring, the first thing you're likely going to be putting on the lawn is going to be a pre-emergent. So hope that helps. It's a good question. Next we have Anthony Davis. He says, "Hey Ron, if I need to put down some sod to patch in some bare areas, should I put down spectacle flow this weekend?" So if you're going to do the spectacle flow, and then, I mean, I guess a couple questions, Anthony. What kind of sod? If it's Bermuda sod, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. If it's zoysia, you might run into issues. What you might do is this. Here's how you can get around that. If the area where you're planning on putting in sod, don't apply the pre-emergent there. So in other words, I wouldn't make the entire lawn suffer. I wouldn't wouldn't have like a weed infested lawn just because you're patching a few small areas here and there. What I would do is I would still do your pre-emergent, and in the areas where you're going to be putting sod in, if you're concerned about it rooting in or there being, the pre-emergent having a negative effect against the sod rooting in, I would simply just not spray pre-emergent in those locations. So that is how I would split the difference. If it's Bermuda, it's likely going to be fine. But if it's something else, like because you can tell what kind of grass you have, if it were zoysia, I would probably avoid spraying the areas where you're going to be patching patching in the zoysia sod with spectacle. But everywhere else is still fair game. It's a good question, Anthony. Thank you so much. And then Ted is up here with a super chat. Ted Rogers, you know what? I am messing up tonight. I didn't even put down Lance as the show sponsor. Lance, you got to come at me, man. Yeah, I'm lagging behind. Audio's out of sync, and I'm not putting up my show sponsor. Goodness gracious, man. You guys got to get on my case. Got to say, Ron, be better. All right, so there's Lance, show sponsor, and Ted, you're gonna have to share it for a while because Lance was up first. All right, so a super chat from Ted Rogers.
Super chat received.
He says, almost done. I'm beat. No mas. It's going to be worth it though, Ted. I mean, you wanted to get out there and you want to do the renovation, which I get, and here's the thing you got to look at. Yes, today was horrible. And I'll talk through this while we show your video again of you suffering on the lawns. This is you on the lawn. So yeah, you and your buddy that are, in pain and, reflecting your life's choices at this point. Yes, it was a ton of work. But overall, the lawn's gonna. Now, here's the thing: if we go back to this shot right now, that scene right there, right? If you can just see with your mind's eye, if we pause right there, if you can see with your mind's eye that lawn covered in a gorgeous fescue grass and looking awesome, all the pain and suffering that you went through today, you're not even gonna remember it. You know what I mean? You're not gonna remember it. So it was totally worth it. It was given the trade-off, it was the right decision to make. So I really wouldn't feel too bad about your choice. I think the lawn's gonna look really good. Be sure to keep taking pictures. As it begins to germinate, take pictures. As it fills in, take pictures. Like document the entire journey because the lawn is never going to look like how it looks now ever again, right? So you want to have evidence of how far it's come because it's pretty easy sometimes for us to forget the fruits of all the work we put in on our lawns over the years. So pictures are a good way to remind us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you and Lance share the super chat for a while because I messed up earlier. So Mr. Ted Rogers, and then I will make it just you, Ted, in a little bit. So there you go. Lance and Ted, show sponsors, your names in lights for whatever that means to you. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Okay. Finding now where I left off. Put some intermission music on while I have some. Tonight is just Arnold Palmer, guys. I didn't get any Chick-fil-A today. It's just Arnold Palmer. All right. So our next question is from Melvin Otta. He says, hey, Ron, when do you shut down your fertilization program? Or with fertilizer, do you apply in your land this time? Okay, so the question is, when do I shut down my fertilization program and what fertilizer do I apply this time of year? So the last fertilization app that I just did was Humic Max. Melvin, I will likely do one more app later on this month and it will be the 12-0-24. So I can show you exactly what I used on my lawn for September. The lawn got this, it got Humic Max. And then to close out the season, I like to use a higher potassium fertilizer like the Stress 12-0-24. This will be my last app. That will go down in early October. And then that'll be it. That'll be it as far as putting a nutrient into the soil for the rest of the year. So hope that helps, sir. A regular app this month. And then next month I transition to the 12-0-24 and call it good until spring next year as far as granular fertilizer goes. And if you want to see those or pick those up, I've got them, a link here for you, Melvin. You can grab both of those right there on the Golf First Lawn store. So hope that helps, sir. Great question. And yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. I need to qualify that question some too. Remember, I have a warm season lawn. I have Bermuda. For those of you guys that are watching this that have a cool season lawn, that's not advice you guys are going to follow, right? Because this is your second season that's starting up. So you guys Whereas some of you may not have been feeding your lawn over the summertime. Now you can begin feeding your lawn again, and you keep really feeding it until it's getting to the point where you're getting your first frost, or it's not. And pretty much that's the best answer. When you're getting your first frost, or when temperatures are dropping down to freezing, that's when you want to stop fertilizing. But as long as the grass is growing, as long as you're out there actively mowing it, you're regularly out there on the lawn, you can feed it. So what I just told Melvin, as far as I did an app for September, and then I'm going to do an app in early next month, and that's going to be it for me. That is for warm season grass in Georgia. If you are in, let's think about this. If say you're in Florida, right? Which for you guys don't really have like a winter like how we have in Georgia. Say you're like south of I-4 in Florida, you're going to be feeding your lawn, October, November, probably even December. Like you'll be feeding your lawn the entire time because you don't really have a winter like we have here in Georgia. So as long as the ground isn't frozen and you're still regularly mowing your lawn, you should be feeding it. So I believe you're in Georgia, Melvin, which is why I answered the question that way. But I just want to put that qualifier out there for anyone that's watching here that has a cool season lawn, and that because the answer is different. The answer is different depending on the kind of grass you have and also where you are in the country. All right, next up is Zahara. Let's see, and don't forget Adam. And gotta get Adam too. We got Off-Road Envy says don't forget Adam as well. I messed up with Adam too, right? We got to do him as well. Let's do Adam C. And there you go. All you guys are covered. Thank you so much for that, Off-Road Envy. All right, next up is Zahara Cat says, new build 1 year ago. They sodded the front lawn poorly with tall fescue. Lawn is bumpy. When should I level the lawn? Now would be a great time to do it. How you can do it, I've got tons of videos on top dressing. Zahara, depending on how involved in the process you want to go, I'll tell you how I like to top dress a lawn. So I'm a big fan of aerating as part of the top dressing work. So in your case, you have a fescue lawn, you have a cool season lawn. So you would aerate and then fertilize or do any kind of a biostimulant. So if you have a fertilizer you like to use, you do that after the aeration. If you're going to be applying a granular biostimulant like Essential G, you do that after the aeration. And then once you're done with that, so aeration, biostimulants, fertilizer, then you would top dress the lawn. You top dress it, and then you're good to go. If there's any areas that are bare or that you're looking to thicken up, you could do an overseed. But I mean, all you said is with it is bumpy. So if you don't need to overseed it, don't do that. But now would be a good time to go ahead and get your top dressing in. As far as how heavy to go, light is better when it comes to top dressing. So 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch of material is about as heavy as you want to go. You don't want to have like big parts of the lawn where it's all covered in sand and you can't, or in your top dressing mixture, you can't see the grass. Like that's going to be really bad news, especially for a fescue lawn, right? So 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch, like that is going to do a good job leveling up a lot of those bumpy areas. If it doesn't get perfectly smooth the first time, it's fine. You can always do another one. You can always go back in certain areas that are not smooth. You can do some spot top dressing to fix those. But a relatively light top dressing, 1/4 to 1/2 inch is what I would recommend for best results. And then you have another point here. You said we're aerating the fall. Love that. That's good. And then you're saying a slight audio issue, no big deal. Yeah, so you're already ahead of the game then, Zara. So you would aerate, and then a good thing to do after you're done with your aerating is to do your top dressing. So what I would say, again, I'll show you exactly what I would do. I would aerate, like what you're saying, and then I would apply a granular biostimulant called Essential G. So you go to shop, and then Miramichi Green Biostimulants. I would do this. Essential G is a great product. This is going to put carbon, compost, some humate in your soil, reclaimed coffee grounds. It's a great, think of it almost like a vitamin pack for your soil. It's got a bit of everything to help improve the organic material in your soil. So I would absolutely do this. And then I would do a fertilizer. So depending on what your soil tests say, if your soil needs phosphorus, you could go with the complete 14-7-14. If it doesn't need phosphorus, then either Humic Max or Stress 12-0-24. Either one of these two on the sides here would be good options. So yeah, and then outside of that, water it and then just give it time to recover. But yeah, if you're aerating, that's a perfect time to to add your granular products after that process is done, and then top dress to finish off the job. So cool deal. All right, so next up we have Clarence Barber. He says, currently rewinding the stream. Can I get a full year of coverage with Spectacle Flow at the 0.4 ounce rate? No. Putting it down in 1 week, maybe March, April, put down prodiamine. Yeah, so Clarence, what you can do is this. You could use Spectacle now. That will cover you through the fall and winter. And then in the springtime, you could switch to prodiamine or dithiopyr to cover your lawn for pre-emergent for spring and summer. So Spectacle will cover you again fall through winter and really in the early spring, and then you can switch to prodiamine or dithiopyr for your spring summer pre-emergent. So yeah, good point. But it's not going to cover you the entire year. Like your question is can I get a full year of coverage out of a single app? The answer to that is no. But as far as for what it's designed for, which is really fall months and then fall, winter months, and even up to really early spring, yes, that will work well. So great question. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. And then switching to prodiamine or dithiopyr in the springtime is going to be a good choice. It's going to be a good choice. That is what I do. I run either. What did I do this year? I forget if I use prodiamine or I forget which one I did this year. But either one of those, dithiopyr or prodiamine in the springtime will work just fine. All right, Isaac Momprow says, no issue on my side. Smash the likes. Cool, Isaac, that's good to hear. I see a slight audio lag problem on I am seeing the issue here on my monitor. So yeah, I'll check it out after the show, figure out what's going on. All right, so let's fix the show sponsor. So we've had Adam and Lance up, but let's go back to Ted since he is the current high super chat. So there you go, Ted. Your name in lights, whatever that means to you. Appreciate all you guys. We got a couple more super chats, so we run down and grab those real quick. One is from Luis Ayabareno. It says here.
Super chat received.
It says, evening, Ron. My issues could be related to the heat here since the other lawns look the same, and I'm seeing results from liquids and irrigation fine-tuning. Nice, Luis. Yeah, so just for more context, Luis sent me an email earlier this week saying, hey, man, I've got some issues going on in my lawn. You know, it could be a disease problem, and, you know, it could be a watering problem. And initially I told him, I said, listen, if you want to put down a fungicide, you can do that if you just want to be super cautious, but you have cool season lawn and it's the summer. So it very well could be a watering problem. And it looks like he did a little bit more diagnosis. Other lawns in this area are suffering from the same thing, and looks like adding a bit more watering is fixing the problem. So glad to hear that you got to the bottom of it, Luis, and you know, I wish your lawn a speedy recovery. You're going into your second part of the season, right? So you guys get 2 seasons. You get one in the spring and then one again in the fall. So for you cool season folks, you guys are getting ready to have fun all over again here in September, October, November timeframe. Thank you so much for the super chat, sir. I really do appreciate it. Next up is a super chat from Mr. Ben Raham.
Super chat received.
He says, another revolution ordered up. Can't wait. Very, very cool, Ben. Nice. You guys are going to be keeping the Lee and the crew at Real Rollers really busy. Good stuff. All right, so I want to answer this question as I go back up. Is from Scott R. He says, can confirm a late summer scalp won't kill Bermuda. Went from 3 inches down to 5/16 the last weekend. Already got green fuzz coming back. Switching back to the real mower. 0 turn was, well, it's a rotary. I hear you, Scott. Nice to hear that your scalp. A summer scalp is not going to kill Bermuda. A winter scalp is unlikely to kill Bermuda, Scott. Scalping is not really a way to kill Bermuda. It's more along the lines of if you say you scalped it now, right? And your goal was to scalp it and have the lawn come back and be green and be looking incredible. Like the later you go in the season, the less likely that the lawn is going to green back up from any kind of serious trauma. But as far as killing a Bermuda lawn just from cutting it low, not likely. Bermuda's a lot more hardy than that. All right, so next we have No Name. No Name's up next. He says, hey, Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts, I will have to catch this on replay, but I hope everyone is enjoying their lawns this Labor Day weekend in the United States. Let's get those likes up. Thank you so much, No Name. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for all of the support. And if you guys are out there this weekend, you know, doing anything else, if you're traveling, be sure to be safe on the roads. If you're on lakes or boating or anything like that, be safe because, There's always a Lake Lanier around here. There's anytime 4th of July, Memorial Day weekend, or Labor Day weekend, you always hear about some kind of terrible accident because some people are drinking and get in an accident. So if you're on the water, be careful. If you're driving, be careful. All right, so I got a question here on the gram from Offered NV. He says, "Where's the lemonade, man? I didn't go run out and get any today." Offered NV. So I got Milo's, but it's just the sweet tea. So it's the Arnold Palmer. So it's it's got some lemonade in it, but it's not strictly lemonade. What you gonna do, right? All right, next up is Jake, 201045. He says, "Hey Ron, I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. I have hybrid Bermuda and I have weeds." That's not good. "Should I just ignore the current weeds and put down a pre-emergent now, or should I kill the weeds first? Thanks." Why not both? Why not both? Should you apply pre-emergent? Yes. Can you take steps to try and control the weeds this time of year if you want to? Yes. It depends on the weed you're dealing with too. It depends, one, how bad are they? How much does it really bother you? If it were me, yes, I would still spray a post-emergent herbicide to control weeds. Case in point, like I have a bit of spurge that like on the edges between the lawn and the sidewalk, the lawn and the driveway, that's where some spurge will always creep into my lawn, especially this time of year as the season progresses, because the pre-emergent doesn't work there for a long time because of it always gets edged. It's just, as far as the barrier goes, like spurge just always grows in those locations. I could have just let the spurge go because we're going into the fall and it'll die off here when it gets really cold, but I didn't do that. So I mixed up some Celsius and I literally sprayed. If you look at my lawn, you'll actually see like a little blue trim, a little blue line along the edges where I sprayed the spurge. So even though I'm going to be spraying pre-emergent this weekend, Jake, I still do use post-emergent to control weeds that I just don't want in my lawn. I don't like spurge. So it's your call. If it were me, I would work to control the weeds and also do pre-emergent. Like the two are not mutually exclusive. You can take care of the weeds that are currently in your lawn and do pre-emergent to help prevent future weeds from growing in your lawn. So hope that helps. All right, next up we have, let me see what I got here. We have a question on Instagram from Ink by Chico. He says, "I'm trying to get my lawn in shape. It's a new construction and it has a lot of issues. I have Dallas grass and broadleaf weeds. I also have patches currently, and I'm looking for an aerator to purchase. I hired a company, but I don't know if it's better to treat myself and perform a soil test." Okay, so a lot going on there. So as far as, you didn't tell me what kind of grass you have, Ink by Chico, but as far as Dallas grass goes, you're going to want to, your best bet on a residential lawn is to dig that out. There's not really a selective herbicide you can use to control Dallas grass that is labeled for use on residential turfs. There's not a selective herbicide you're supposed to be spraying on residential lawns. So for the Dallas grass, you can dig that out. For the broadleaf weeds, it depends on your grass type. Okay, Bermuda. So you have Bermuda lawn. Okay, so for broadleaves, in my opinion, it doesn't really get much better than Celsius for broadleaf control in a warm season lawn like Bermuda. So what I would say is get some Celsius, get surfactant, use these two together, and that's going to do a great job controlling the broadleaf weeds in your lawn. If your lawn is small, or you have a small lawn, or you don't have a lot of, if you're doing some spot spraying, you could also go with the single-use packs. We have these in the golf course lawn store as well. So this and this could work, or this and this if you want if you have a larger lawn. This is a better deal as far as like just coverage and how much longer it's going to last you. But if all you're looking to do is just to spray one time and see what works, you can go with the individual use packs and again a little bit of surfactant, and that will take care of it. Doing a soil test, you can do that now. The one that I recommend is the one by My Soil. We carry all this stuff on the golf course lawn store, so I'll give you a link to where you can pick that up. And as far as your question, as far as hiring a company to do your your weed control and your fertilization, or doing it yourself, it really depends on you. A lot of people want to think that if you got away from paying a service to do it, that you will get a better result. And the truth of the matter is you can. So if you can get a better result doing it all yourself, but what you'll find is you will actually end up spending more money doing it that way versus paying a service in a lot of cases, at least in the first year. Like the first year, let's think about it, right? So you have a brand new lawn. Let's say you're going to control the weeds. You're going to be spraying the weeds in your lawn. You're going to be applying pre-emergent. You're going to be doing your fungicide apps, your insecticide apps, and throughout the season, you're also gonna be doing your fertilization, right? So if you don't have one yet, you're gonna have to buy a sprayer, like a backpack sprayer or a handheld sprayer. So that's thing one. You're gonna have a broadcast spreader for applying your fertilizer if you don't have one of those. That's another thing. And then when you buy a lot of the herbicide products, so take for example Celsius, right? This will treat a couple of acres. Like you're not going to go through this in any amount of time, but the first time you buy it, it's kind of expensive, right? When you go out and you buy a lot of there's a lot of one-time purchase things that you're going to buy that to ramp up to taking care of your lawn yourself. And then once you do that, the net result that you'll get is going to be better than what you can get from a service. But again, you're spending more, so it's not really a fair comparison to say if I do all this stuff myself, I take care of my lawn myself, is it going to be better than what a lawn care service is going to do? Because most services will come out 7-8 times a year. So they'll do pre-emergence, that's 2 apps. They'll come out and fertilize and spot spray now and then. They might do an insecticide app. So they'll be out on your property, between 6 to 8 times in an entire year. You're going to be out there, if you're doing what I recommend, a couple times a month doing application. So it's not really fair to compare the results you get with what they're doing with what you're going to accomplish yourself. Does that make sense? So yeah, something to think about. I'll get you a link to where you can find all that stuff that I mentioned in our little chat here. But just something just to keep in mind that doing it yourself, it can and often does produce a better result, but you're not comparing apples to apples. You're not comparing like things because what you're going to be doing is going to be a lot more intensive than what a lawn care service is going to be doing. So just something to consider. All right, next up we have Zach with the Focus ST. All right, he says, happy Friday, Ron. Got some good germination going. Sent an email for an update. Nice, Zach. Let me see if I can find your email that you sent for an update. Let's see here, Zach. Please tell me that you put your name in the thing. I don't know. I don't see anything from you, Zach. Actually, no. Yeah, I do. Here we go. Cool. I found it. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's looking good. So you did a seeding project, and this is his germination results so far. And let me get both of these up here. If you guys want to see how Zach's lawn is progressing, he did hard mode. Like, I'm not a fan of telling people to grow lawns from seed because it's frankly harder, but this is picture 1 of his current results. Not bad. So you can see it's coming in. And then another picture of his germination of the lawn growing in. There's picture 2. So not bad. And here's the thing, guys. This is a great example of why I would say for a lot of people, growing a lawn from scratch from seed is not necessarily for most people. Because if you look, like Zach did a lot of work, right? He did all the prep work. He applied the grass seed. He's been watering it. He's been doing everything right. And if you look, it's still not growing in evenly all throughout the lawn. It's not all growing in all at the same rate. And that's pretty common. So a lot of people will think that, I do all my prep work. I put down the grass seed and it's all going to grow in all evenly, all the way across. There's not going to be any areas that are going to struggle. And a lot of times that's just not the case. Whereas if you are trying to do a renovation and you choose to go the sod route, literally, you will go from one day with no grass to another day with a complete lawn. And then as long as you follow instructions, like you water it properly and you stay off of it, don't do anything silly, it's going to grow in, you're going to have a lawn, you're going to be good to go. So this is a great example of what to expect if you decide to go forward with a seeding project. That's looking pretty good to me. It's growing in really nicely. But as you can see, it's not all growing in evenly all throughout the lawn all at the same time. So just something to keep in mind. Thanks for sending the pictures, Zach. I really do appreciate it. It's good. Nice stuff. Keep going. Next up, we got JG in the house. She says, happy Friday, y'all. Turf breaking is done. Reseeding done. Fertilizer and biostimulants, check. Water bill increasing, check. LG enjoying a whiskey now. You said whiskey, but he's got 2 whiskeys and then check. Nice, JG. Sounds like you guys are doing the work, man. You got your seeding done, and fertilizer and biostimulants, and the obligatory water bill that comes with doing those things, but it's worth it, man. The lawn's gonna look pretty awesome, I'm sure, once you're done. Be sure to take pictures. Send me pictures. You guys always send me pictures of the lawn, after LG's done mowing it and it's all nicely striped. You got to send me some pictures of, after you guys are done with your overseeding and it thickening up nicely. So don't hold out. I agree, Azara. He says, the lawn looks great. So for any of you guys that are joining the live stream here now, so Robert Rainey, who is a member of the Golf Course Lawn Academy, he sent me a picture, a compilation of his lawn being cut with a rotary mower, a residential reel mower, and then a commercial or a greens mower. And this happened because he went on a trip and lawn got a little bit overgrown. So first he cut it with a rotary, then he switched to I believe it was a McLean, he said, and then finally it's a John Deere that he finished up with. So if you want to see the difference, this is, so on the same lawn, same angle, that's rotary, which again, not bad. Most people would take that. This is a powered reel, the McLean, not bad. I mean, again, I see nothing wrong with that. And then finally, you've got the greens mower, which is the John Deere. So you can see the difference between that. I mean, this looks good. But it looks incredible. That looks almost fake. Looks like a pool table, like a checkerboard pool table, right? So rotary, residential reel mower, and commercial reel mower, or AKA greens mower. I don't want to say commercial reel mower but really more greens mower is a proper way of saying it. And yeah, it does look awesome. Great work, Robert. So next up, we have Mark Allen. He says, hey, Ron, I live in Philadelphia. The Scott's app tells me to put down Winter Guard. My yard is 180 square feet. Is there another product I can use? I'm not familiar with what's in the Scott's Winter Guard product, Mark. I don't know what's in it. Scott, let me see if I can find out really quick what's in Winter Guard. Is it a weed and feed? Yeah, I'll have to look into it a bit, Scott. I'm not sure where are the ingredients that are in this. Why do they not show that easily? So if it's a weed and feed product, Scott, Mark, I'm not seeing here what the active ingredients are in it. I'm just looking here really quick, and it's not apparent. It might be. I'm sure it's on here somewhere. But I don't know exactly what's in that. If it's a weed and feed product to where it's got pre-emergent and fertilizer, you can do that. But I am a fan of doing my pre-emergent separately from my fertilization. So I can't tell you the last time I've used a weed and feed type product on my lawn. I mean, I guess technically the 007 is a weed and feed, but I mean, as far as the goal of the product being to really truly fertilize the lawn versus being really a pre-emergent with a little bit of potassium in it, that's something I commonly do. So if you're looking to prevent weeds in your lawn this fall and then also feed it, here are some options you can go with. So your lawn's 180 square feet. Man, I don't know. You might be just better off using the Scott's products. That's a really, really small lawn. I don't know that it's gonna be worth the headache of getting two different products. So I'll show you here though, anyway, in case you want to look at it. So if you go to the golf course lawn store, and if you go to pre-emergent, you can get Prodiamine, which is a specialty herbicide that's designed to prevent weeds from growing in your lawn. So this is a small 5-ounce bottle, which is for a 180 square foot lawn, is going to last you for a really long time. I'm trying to think of how you would even mix this for 180 square feet. Are you sure, Mark, that it's 180 square feet and not 1,800 square feet? So that's if it's truly 180 square feet, what I would say is skip the liquids and go with one of these guys. Go with Prodiamine. Go with Prodiamine as your granular pre-emergent. That way you can weigh out a small amount of it, and what you don't use, you can just put back in the bag. So I would, if you truly have a 180 square foot lawn, then go with a bag of pre-emergent. And again, this bag is going to last you a long time. You're just going to make sure you close it up really tightly, keep it in a dry place, and you can have pre-emergent for a long time. As far as fertilizer goes, you can go with we have Humic Max, and we also have a fertilizer that I really like for cool season lawns called the Stress 12024. So if we go here, any of these are good choices for your lawn. But again, like this bag is going to cover 15,000 square feet. This is like 11,000 square feet. This is like, 10,000 square feet. So, if your lawn is truly 180 square feet, it's like you can go with these products, but you're gonna have product for years to come. You know what I mean? So it's really your call. You might be better off going with the Scott's product if you've been liking the results you've been getting with it. Maybe that's gonna be the way to go, because like the bag of prodiamine that I showed you, that covers 15,000 square feet. The bags of fertilizer that I listed cover 15,000 square feet for one, down to 10,000 square feet on another one. So for a lawn that's 180 square feet, I mean, I would love to have your business, but at the same time, you'll literally never use it all. You know what I mean? So if you can get your if that Scott's app, that product you're looking to get comes in a smaller bag, like a 10-pound bag or a 5-pound bag, you can get like a really small amount of it. That's a better fit for a smaller lawn. Then go with that. You could absolutely go with that. I mean, if you don't care, then yes, the standalone prodiamine that I linked and showed you, and then also Humic Max or the Stress 12024 are excellent fertilizers. They're gonna be better than the Scott's product from a standpoint that they're also going to have humic acid in them. They're going to have kelp. In other words, it's not just fertilizer. There are other nutrients that help improve soil quality, and then by extension, your grass. But again, a 180 square foot lawn, that one bag of fertilizer is going to last you for years. So if you still want to take a look at them, I'll send you links here to where you can find them at Mark Allen. Let me see if I can find you here at Mark. There you go. And so that's the fertilizer. And then this is the prodiamine, the pre-emergent in granular form. I wouldn't even really mess with liquids because, I mean, again, the lawn is so small, man. I can't, like, trying to think, like, calculating the rates. It's gonna be a headache for like 200 square feet. And then this is pre-emergent. There you go. And you asked me to share that link to Spectacle Flow again. I just saw that in the chat. You can find the link to Spectacle right here. Here you go. There you go. Good. Hope that helps, Mark. Yeah, in your case, maybe going with the Scott's product might be a better fit, just based on the volume. If you don't care about that, or you don't care about using the same product for a long period of time, then definitely from the fertilizer standpoint, the 11 turf fertilizers that we carry are going to be, they're much better products than what Scott's offers. But again, they're designed for like a larger lawn. Okay, so next up we have Jim Caldwell. He says, AV's okay for me. Happy Friday, Ron. Thanks, Jim. I can see a slight lag on my end, so I'll look into that at the end of the show. Figure out what's going on with it. It's always something, right? Always something. Always. All right, next is McNasty Motorsports. He says, Ron, in regards to the audio issue, if you could just point and yell, "Guts." You're really fun at like family gatherings and reunions and stuff, aren't you, McNasty? I can tell you're that guy. You're that guy. If you can just point and yell Godzilla, it will make it all worth it. Reminds me of a dubbed over film. Really, it's not that bad. So you're saying that the live stream's like a kung fu movie, like a 1970s, early 80s kung fu movie, like when they're talking and the audio's after like that. That's how it is. All right. Well, hopefully you guys will tolerate me tonight. I promise I will have the issue, whatever it is. I'll have it fixed for next week. So bear with me. All right. Next up is Jimmy Miller. He says, evening, Ron. Lawn is mowed and the knees are throbbing. Oh, man, no pain, no gain, man. I mean, do you want the stripe action or don't you? Sometimes you gotta put the work in, Jimmy. I hear you. But here's the thing. Despite the knees aching, when you look at the lawn, when you sit back with a lemonade or whatever your beverage of choice happens to be, like say like this is you and you're sitting out there and you're taking a look at all your hard work. Isn't it worth it? Isn't it worth it? I think it is, right? So I mean, no pain, no gain. Just stick it out. The lawn is not going to stripe itself. All right, Long 35 Forever says better results with a heavy pre-emergent application in the fall or split fall treatment for Bermuda. So I'll tell you, Long 35. In my case, I have done single apps and I've gotten great results doing that. So this year, I'm going to mix it up just to be able to answer your question and see if the results are any different. I'm going to be using the same product that I used last year, which is Spectacle Flow. I'll be doing an application tomorrow and then another application in December. So tomorrow, September 2nd, and then late November, early December is when I will do my second application, and I'll be able to report to you as far as the results that I get as far as controlling weeds or preventing weeds in my lawn. I've had excellent results with doing a single app once this time of year. The services that are on here spraying lawns like Turfmark and Top Turf and all those guys, they're spraying one time. They're putting out pre-emergent one time, and a lot of the lawns, for the most part, the lawns they look pretty decent. I mean, some of them get POA in them, but most of them are POA, I would say POA free, but they don't have you could tell the lawns that had pre-emergent put on them, is what I'm trying to say. And they get one app. So I will be doing the testing this fall with 2, and I'll report. I have no reason to believe that I'm not going to get a good result with it. So yeah, it is really your call. If you had a cool season lawn, like to where your pre-emergent applications, to where you're going to be using something like prodiamine, for example, that is when I might lean more towards doing 2 apps. Because if you think about it, like you can't use Spectacle, and POA, prodiamine to control POA by itself, just a single application is not great. It's better than nothing, but it's not awesome. And a lot of the other herbicides that we would mix with prodiamine, you guys can't really use on cool season turf. So for cool season folks, I would say an application around this time of year, assuming you're not overseeding, and then another one later in the fall, early winter is a good idea as well. But for warm season turf, I've gotten great results just with a single app. But this year, because I can't leave well enough alone, I'm going to be trying something different just because. We shall see. You guys will be able to either say that was a great idea, or you'll be able to laugh at me and say, hey, you should just done a single app, Ron. Why are you messing with what's already working, right? But that's okay. It'll be fun. It'll be something new to try. Next up is Tillman Waters. He says, Ron, when can you scalp your lawn? Whenever it's growing is when I would say do it. So the times when I will do a scalp is normally at the beginning of the year. So if you're someone that allows your lawn to get a little bit taller going into the winter months, before the lawn wakes up in the springtime, so late February, early March, that's a good time to scalp it. And throughout the summer, throughout the growing season, if you're real mowing it, I am a fan of doing something to thin out the lawn throughout the growing season. So say by the end of May, end of June, end of July, if you want to do a light scalp to help thin out the lawn a little bit, that's a good thing. A way of getting the benefits of thinning out the lawn without the negative appearance of scalping is to verticut it. And I'm answering this question assuming that you have a Bermuda lawn, Tillman. But as far as to answer just the question you asked is when can you scalp? Whenever it's growing. If it's a warm season lawn like Bermuda, you can do it. Like you over to Real Rollers Turf Park, Lee's out there abusing that poor zoysia. There was like he scalped it 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. I mean, like I'm saying it's like down to the dirt because he was just doing more testing of the Revolution, just beating it up, and just putting it through. I mean, he's putting that mower through a lot more than I think any of you homeowners are going to do, because you want to make sure that the mower is going to be awesome. The feedback's already been really good, but also he's just been really, really hard on it, just to see where it would fall apart. So in his case, where it's zoysia, it still looks great. Like I was out there 2 days ago, and it's already grown. It's already grown in really nicely. He's mowing it at half an inch, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. The color is gorgeous. So as long as it's growing, you can scalp it, Tillman. But just keep in mind that you're going to take a hit to color if you do that. So you have to ask yourself why you what you're trying to accomplish when you scalp. In the springtime, you do it because you're trying to accelerate the lawn greening up. In the summertime, you're scalping because you want to reset the cut so that you don't have cutting issues if you're real mowing it. Outside of that, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it just because. All right, next up is Kyle Heath. He says, I want to hear more about the new reel mower. Did I miss that part? Yeah, so there's a video on it if you guys want to check that out. I mean, obviously not right now. Don't leave the live stream because you're here. Like leaving now midstream would be rude. But if you want to see the video on the new Real Rollers Revolution 26. This is it here, Kyle. Talks about the features, the design ethos, what Lee and the crew were thinking whenever they put the mower together, and all the what makes it different from other offerings in the market. So there's a video there that you can check out that covers a lot of that. And there's also a live stream that Lee did with me maybe it's probably about a month ago at this point, where he got on and first announced it, and then also did some Q&A, some live Q&A. So if you're interested in seeing some other questions that may or may not be addressed in that video, you can check out this live stream, this short video from a couple months back, that when Lee was actually on the show and we spoke about the new Revolution. If I can find it, and there it is. Cool. Look at that. Just like magic. All right, so Kyle, that's video 1, and there is video 2. But about the mower, what can I tell you about it that's not in the video? It's built like a tank. It's really solid mower. It's as far as construction, let me think. The mower is all metal. It's all steel, other than the grass catcher. The grass catcher is plastic, and the whenever you are the handles that you use to release the locks that you use to release the handle to fold the handle down, those I believe are plastic, but everything else is metal. The throttle lever is plastic, but everything else, the actual the chassis, the stuff that you care about, the stuff that matters is all steel. The mower is steel, the chassis is steel. I'm trying to think what else, what on it is not, that's plastic on that mower. There really isn't. The bail bars are metal. Yeah, I can't think of how much. I mean, there's a couple. The only plastic are again the locking levers that lock the handle in place, and there's rubber that's on the steel drum, but everything else is pretty much steel. So it's a well-built mower. All right, so next up, check out those videos. You can see the videos that I linked to you there in the chat, and there's 2 of them. So between those, that should get you squared away. And if you have more questions on top of that, ask Real Rollers, because they will know. They are the authorities on the mower, more so than I am. All right, next up is Rich 70. He says, "Thank God it's green." I don't know. Thanks God it's green. I guess whatever. I will second that, Rich. All right, next up is Andre Taylor. He says, "When should you stop applying fertilizer to the lawn so it can naturally enter its dormancy period?" Great question, Andre. I'm a fan of shutting down fertilizer applications if you have a warm season lawn in October. That is a good time to stop adding nitrogen, stop adding nutrient to the lawn. That will allow it to naturally go dormant in late October, early November if you're in the Southeast United States. And it's also helped prevent with disease problems in the lawn. If you keep fertilizing the lawn too late into the season, you increase the likelihood of having, if you have cool season lawn, diseases like snow mold. If you have warm season turf, you increase the chances of having spring dead spots. So for those reasons, I like shutting down my fertilizer apps in October. So I hope that helps. It's a good question. That's a good one. And yeah, don't keep fertilizing your lawn with the goal of, I want to keep it green for longer. I want to keep pushing nitrogen, because you're just going to end up creating a problem for yourself by taking that approach. If you want your lawn to stay green throughout the fall and winter, and you have a warm season lawn, you are a prime candidate to overseed your warm season lawn with a ryegrass. And that's a good way to have your lawn be green into the fall and winter without doing stuff that's going to cause you a problem next year. John Williams is up next. He says, "I got a 5,000 square foot yard. What do you think would be a decent price to pay for an irrigation system? Any info helps." So I haven't priced an irrigation system in forever, John. I can tell you that Alex paid, I want to say it was close to $3,000 thereabouts to have his irrigation system installed. Granted, that was in 2019 or 2020. One of those, I think it's 2020. So it was 3 years ago. And his lawn is 7,000 square feet ish. So figure I'd say between 3 to 5. He got a really good deal. I would imagine expect to pay between $3,000 and $5,000 depending on your the lay of your land, how many zones, and that's a good idea. It depends on where in the country you are too, because getting irrigation installed in Georgia, in Northeast Georgia, is going to be less expensive than getting it done in like New York or New Jersey or Chicago or California. So it depends on where you are in the country, like what the rates are. But $3,000 to $5,000 is what I would think would be reasonable. You know what I mean? With Alan's with Alex's lawn, they were able to use like the vibratory trenching. They use like a ditch witch, which didn't mean they didn't have to actually get out there with shovels or like a backhoe and actually trench the lawn. So that sped up the process quite a bit. If your lawn isn't a candidate for that, or the people that do irrigation work in your area don't do that, so they actually have to get out there with a small backhoe and actually like create trenches where they have to manually trench it, I would expect it to cost a bit more because the labor involved in that is more. So, it depends, but I'd imagine like 3,000 on the low end. That's a really, really good deal. And then the sky's the limit depending on where you are in the country. So 3 to 5 grand for a 5,000 square foot lawn sounds about right to me. Okay, next up is Eliezer. Eliezer, what's his name? I can't say your last name. Eliezer Delirious. I am butchering that one up. I am sorry. My apologies. Says, is now a good time to put down pre-emergent? I am located in Augusta, Georgia. Thanks. I am a fan of doing it, Eliezer. So I'm doing mine tomorrow. I'd say between now and mid-September, so the next 2 weeks, is when I would look to get your pre-emergent out for best results. There's really not a whole lot of negatives to getting your pre-emergent down a week or two early. There are negatives to getting it down a week or two late. So if you are someone that say, you know what, I'm going to wait until October or mid-October to do my pre-emergent, you're going to have a bad spring. You're going to have a problem with POA and other weeds in your lawn that could have been prevented had you applied pre-emergent only a couple weeks earlier. So when it comes to pre-emergent, I sound like a broken record when I say this. When it comes to pre-emergent, a little bit earlier is better than a little bit late because it's in the name. You have to have it in the soil prior to the weeds emerging in your lawn. If you want some guidance on pre-emergent, we have an article on the Golf Course Lawn Store that was published a couple of weeks ago. If you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and then go to resources and then blog, you'll see this guide, which is called The Ultimate Guide to Fall Weed Control. It covers both pre and post emergence, talks about timing, talks about common weeds you can see in your lawn starting this time of year, has videos showing how to mix the product or how one way of mixing it. And yeah, it gives you tons of options. I think you get a lot of value out of it. There's also that. And then also today we released another blog on a buyer's guide to post-emergent. So you didn't ask about post-emergent, but in case you're interested in that as well, if you go to resources in our knowledge base, there's a new guide somewhere here. This one right here, the post-emergent herbicides buyer's guide. So talks about post-emergent herbicides for cool season lawns, for warm season lawns, different types of herbicides, contact versus systemic herbicides. If you want to learn all about herbicides, like post-emergent herbicides, it's a good read. It's not related directly to the question you asked, which is around pre-emergent, but I'll send you links for both of them just so you are covered. So for the post-emergent buyer's guide, there is this guy right here, which I will link right there. And then for the pre-emergent, the guide to fall weed control, which is what you were really asking about, is that one. So either one of those links should take care of you. We'll get you the info you need. And again, I would early is a little bit better than late, Eliezer. And there's in my neighborhood, they're already out spraying pre-emergent. So if it's good enough for the pros, people that actually make their living doing that to where they don't want to have to get callbacks, it tells you that now is not a bad time to do it as well. I mean, it's still a touch early, but again, early is better than late when it comes to pre-emergent, both in the spring and in the fall. All right, now for the hard part, finding out where I left off. So we'll put some LG music on while I scroll up, take a sip of my lemonade. Guys, gals, if you guys are enjoying the show, granted, I know there's some audio sync issues. I'm like looking like a 1970s kung fu movie right now, but if you guys are still getting some value out of it, maybe this, me having the kung fu like lip sync thing is kind of entertaining to you, hit that like button. It's completely free. It's a great way to support the channel, support the stream, and gives me a chance to take a sip of my Arnold Palmer while I look for the next comment. So if you guys could do that, I'd really appreciate it. All right. So next up we have Mike. Actually, no. Next up we have Joshua Riggins. Joshua Riggins, good question. Joshua asks, can you put down a pre-emergent and a post-emergent at the same time? You absolutely can, Joshua. Yeah, absolutely. You can mix pre-emergent and post-emergent and apply them at the same time. If you're going to do that, what I would tell you is this: is pre-emergent needs to be watered in for it to begin working. Most post-emergent herbicides, there are exceptions, but most post-emergent herbicides need to be sprayed on the plant leaf, on the foliar, on the skin of the plant, and they need to be allowed to dry. So if you are spraying pre-emergent and post-emergent mixed together, I would spray it and I would allow that to dry, and then I would water the pre-emergent in the following day. So let's say, for example, you are mixing Celsius, Certainty, and Spectacle Flow, and you're doing that tomorrow. You could spray the entire lawn with that combination, but you would not water the pre-emergent in until the following day for best results. So hope that helps. Yeah, that's that. I mean, people do it all the time as far as mixing pre and post-emergent herbicides. The only thing I would tell you is that for post-emergent herbicides, to get the best possible result, you really want to use some surfactant along with it. If you're applying pre-emergent, I would omit this. I would omit surfactant if you are spraying pre-emergent along with your post-emergent herbicides, because you really don't want the pre-emergent sticking to the plant leaf. You want it getting in the soil where it can work. So that's the only variation that I would make if you're doing a blend of pre-emergent and post-emergent herbicides, is that I would omit the surfactant. If you're just doing post-emergent herbicides just by themselves, then by all means use this. But I wouldn't use this along with pre-emergent. You're kind of working against yourself if you do that. It's a great question. Yep, and yeah, and I mean, most places do that. If you ask, like some of my buddies that have spray businesses, they'll tell you, says, oh yeah, man, Ron, anytime I spray, even when they spray Spectacle, like I'm spraying Spectacle tomorrow, I'm going to be putting some insecticide, some Celiprin in the tank with it. But one of my buddies that owns a lawn care a spray business in like south of Atlanta, he says, yeah, man, anytime I spray pre-emergent, there's always some post-emergent in the tank, always. Like he never sprays just pre-emergent. There's always another additive in there to help knock back any weeds that may have either already emerged or ones that are currently in the lawn. So yeah, no issue with doing that. You will not be breaking new ground if you take that approach, Joshua, is just what I'm trying to say. All right, next is Mike D. He says, split Spectacle? I thought you were all against split apps. I'm not against it. I just think that in most cases it's not necessary. So I'm against doing unnecessary work, but I've never actually done it. I've never actually done a split application of Spectacle, Mike D. So this year, just for something different, just to change it up, I'm gonna do that. Like if you guys follow my channel, you know when it comes to the springtime, my pre-emergent apps, it's a single app at the high rate, and in the fall, it's always been a single app, again, at the higher end of the application rate, and I've gotten great results with that. But I've always been asked, hey, why don't you do split apps, or why not try split apps? And I've never done it with Spectacle. So I'll do it this fall and we'll see, right? I'm sure it's gonna be fine, but in other words, I'm not recommending that you do that. If you want to replicate what I have done in the past and I've gotten great results with, apply Spectacle at 0.15 to 0.20, that rate per 1,000 square feet. That's on the higher end, and you're not gonna have issues with POA in your warm season lawn if you do that. If you feel like playing or just bored and you wanna try something new, then take whatever rate you would apply over the, whatever the rate is for your lawn, and cut that in half and do an application in a week or two. I'm doing mine tomorrow, and then another one in late November, early December. So I'm strictly doing it just for the fun of it, Mike. It is not necessary. And the reason why I don't do it, because it's just more work. But yeah, I always get the question of saying, hey, you can do split applications. Why don't you try it? So I'm going to try it. All right, so next we have a super chat. This one is from Mr. Luis Ayabareño. Thank you so much, Luis. I think you and Ted are going to have to, actually, no, you're going to be the show sponsor after this. I think you're going to be ahead of Ted. All right, so from, actually, no, before I get yours, Luis, I missed Michael's. Let me get Michael's super chat. Sorry about this, Michael. Missed it.
Super chat received.
He says, I'm in Virginia and I have an Ego mower for my fescue. I love all the real mower lawns on YouTube. Any decent real mowers under 2,000, any battery powered ones. There's no good battery powered ones under $2,000. So no, to that question, no. For your fescue, now here's the thing, Michael, while you can technically real mow fescue, it's not the correct tool for the job. Like fescue needs to be mowed like 3 inches or taller. And really a rotary mower is really your best bet for that. Like go out and get yourself a good, whatever the current, Toro rotary push mowers, like the Time Master or whatever the new Toro rotary is, get one of those, get yourself maybe a couple extra blades and keep them sharp and just mow your fescue with that. Real mowers are awesome. Love real mowers, love real mowing, but really it's a tool that's designed for shorter cut turf. While you can do it, it's like saying, like real mowing fescue at like 3 inches, assuming you can find a real mower that will go that high, like the Scots one will, like some of the push ones will, the powered ones not so much. Even though you can do it, it's like saying you can cut Bermuda at 1 inch with a rotary mower. Yes, technically you can, but you're not going to get a good result. You're going to scalp it a lot. It's just not going to look as good. Whereas if you're cutting Bermuda shorter, that's when real mowers shine. If you're cutting it super tall, then use a rotary, so. And for any decent real mowers under $2,000, there's lots of them. I mean, especially if you're going to go in the pre-owned market, there's, McLean trimmers, True Cuts pre-owned. I'd say the Revolution 26, but that's not available pre-owned. But none of those are great choices for fescue lawns because they don't go high enough. You can't cut high enough. If you're going to go with a real mower for a fescue lawn, look into like the Fiskars, because that one, it has like the caster wheels on the front, and that one you can use to cut at taller heights and get a decent result. But again, I would still encourage you to not just skip real mowers. It's not the best choice for your grass type. I would go with a rotary. I really would. The lawn's gonna look better being cut with a rotary, with a sharp rotary at the heights that fescue likes to be cut at. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really do appreciate it. If you have any other follow-up questions, let me know. And then our next super chat from Mr. Luis Ayareño.
Super chat received.
He says, scheduled mechanical aeration in 2 weeks. See, I like Luis. See, he's like, you know what? He's like, I'm not doing it. I'm scheduling it. Scheduling my aeration in 2 weeks. I have thin and thick areas. I plan on cutting low and have Essential G on hand with the golf course lawn store items to be ordered. Thoughts on verticutting prior to create a room for seeds? I hired aeration. Thanks. Yeah, so yeah, no issue with that. So if you think about it, Luis, like some people, when they are overseeding a lawn, they'll go out and rent a piece of equipment called a slit seeder. You can use, it's essentially, you'd be doing something similar with verticutting, except that you're not gonna set up the verticutter to where it's carving, where it's getting into the soil. So if you think about slit seeding, for all intents and purposes, it's producing, from a seeding perspective, it's producing the same result. Although a slit seeder is a better choice if you are going to actually get into the dirt. Whereas a verticutter, you really don't want to do that because the cartridges tend to be expensive and you're just putting a lot of wear on something that's not really designed to be getting into the soil. It's designed to cut grass and not dirt. Whereas a slit seeder is designed to go through the turf and also get very lightly into the soil. So yeah, if you want to verticut to thin the turf out, that's fine. If you want to rent a slit seeder, that's also fine. That's another way of doing it too. Either one of those will work fine for what you're trying to do, Luis. So yeah, great question. And then based on your cumulative super chats, I believe you are now our show's sponsor. No, 2 R's, 1 N. So roll the R. Arabahreen, no Enye. Okay. Yep, there you go. Your name in lights, for whatever that means to you. Thank you so much, sir. If you have any other questions, let me know. All right, so next up we have the Zach with the Focus ST. He's back. He says, considering core aerating and throwing out some sand to smooth and level dips in the front lawn, overseed 10 days ago, would it be better to do it for the end of the cool season or next season. If you're planning to do any kind of leveling, so you want to do core aeration, considering core aeration, throwing out some sand. Well, here's the thing, Zach, you've already put out grass seed. You've already put out grass seed, and the seed's already germinating. So no, I wouldn't get out there and core aerator. I wouldn't run a mechanical aerator over a lawn that's only got grass is only a couple of weeks old. Like you're literally gonna rip it all out. I would not do that. Absolutely would not do that. If you wanted to, even top dressing, man, like I would have done it before I did the seeding work. You know what I mean? Like if you want to top dress and you go light, and when I say light, I mean like a quarter inch, like really light. Like don't submerge the new grass at all. Like that I could see you getting away with, but I wouldn't run a core aerator on a newly seeded lawn. You're gonna be working against yourself. You're gonna be tearing out a lot of the hard work you did trying to get that seed to germinate. You know what I mean? Because it just hasn't rooted in well enough yet for you to be out there with a piece of equipment that heavy on a brand new lawn. So core aeration, I would wait till next season. I would wait till the spring. You could do that. And as far as leveling, if you're going to be very disciplined and just go like light, very light, then that would be okay. Or if you're going to level some areas a little bit that are you have some low dips and you're going to put down more seed to help those areas grow in, I'd be okay with that too. But either way, again, you don't want to go out and undo all your hard work. I mean, it's starting to grow in, man. You don't want to go out there and, run an aerator over that and then rip half of that grass that you work so hard to grow in out. You know what I mean? So just be sensible about it. If you decided you're going to do some leveling work, do spot leveling and go light. Go light is what I would say. All right, next up is Brian Hall. Brian Hall, he says, "Hey Ron, is it okay to mow my lawn in the morning when it's wet from the dew settling? Thanks." Yes, I do. I've mowed my lawn a ton of times in the morning. You will get a better cut if you mow a dry lawn, but I've real mowed my lawn in the morning times. I mean, conservatively, hundreds of times, and there's really no negative to it other than it does make more of a mess on the mower, so you have to rinse the mower off when you're done because it is more messy. And if you are not mowing regularly, you're much more likely to leave clumps of grass throughout the lawn, because what happens is it tends to build up in chunks on the mower, and then as it gets heavy enough, it falls off and you end up with chunks in the lawn. So if you can wait to mow the lawn when it's dry, you're gonna get a better result. But if you're real mowing it and you're mowing, like how I do every other day, every couple of days, then yeah, there's no issue with mowing it when there's some moisture on the lawn. No issue with that at all. So like most things in life, Brian, the best answer is it depends. Depends. Are you real mowing? Are you mowing a lot? And, in other words, if you're asking, if the choice is between mowing your lawn, not mowing your lawn at all, or mowing it when there's a bit of dew on the lawn in the morning, I'm going to say mow it when there's a bit of dew on the lawn, in the morning. The best result, the best option though, is if you can wait till, 10 o'clock in the morning or so when it's largely dried up and then mow it, you're going to get a better cut, and it's going to be less of a mess if you go that approach. So it largely depends on you. As far as injuring the turf, I've literally mowed my lawn hundreds of times in the morning, and there's no negatives other than what I just told you. It makes kind of a mess on the mower, and yeah, I mean for me that's the big thing. I don't really have a lot of buildup because I'm just like cutting dust off the lawn every time I mow it. Hardly anything's coming off of it. But if you're someone that doesn't mow very often, you can have like clumps of grass falling in the lawn and it looks kind of unsightly. So those are all considerations to make. Make sure your equipment is sharp though if you decide you're going to mow a wet lawn. It's got to be really sharp. It's going to be sharp either way, but especially if you're going to mow a wet lawn, it needs to be sharp. Next up is John Donahue. He says, "Appreciate all your vids. I want to lay down pre-emergent barricade granules on my centipede grass here in South Carolina. I'm thinking about putting out liquid pre-emergent in 2 weeks also. Too much? Yes, I would say that's too much. Pick one or the other. There's no reason to do barricade, which is active ingredient prodiamine, and then go back out 2 weeks later with another pre-emergent. Like just do your pre-emergent app now or whenever you decide you're going to do it, John. And then if you wanted to wait 3 months and do another application, I'd be okay with that. But doing it again 2 weeks apart, that's too soon. That's too soon, and you're not going to get the benefits of it. You know what I mean? Because you think about it, like prodiamine, the residual effects of it, depending on on temperature, weather. You know, it's like 3 to 4 months. So if you do a prodiamine app now, which is your barricade, and then 2 weeks from now you do another prodiamine app. Let's say, assuming you weren't going over limit, right? You're not exceeding your annual limits. If you were to do that, all you've really done is extended your coverage by 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. That's all you're really getting out of it. So if it were me, I would do an application now, and then I would wait three months or so, and then do another application. And now you're really extending it, right? You're getting coverage from like September through into like November timeframe, and then you can do another app, and then that's going to carry you into whenever you decide to do your spring pre-emergent. Like, that's a better strategy than doing a pre-emergent app now and then another one 2 weeks later. I would avoid doing that. All right, next up is Zhao My Hall says, thanks, you're very welcome. I'm not sure if I answered, I don't remember getting a question from you, but thank you for being a part of the live stream. I think you're new. I remember seeing your name before, so if you are new, welcome. And then next up, Joshua Riggins says, what do you use to kill moss in your yard? So what I would say, Joshua, is we need to figure out first why you have moss in the first place. Like, moss tends to like damp areas, and also soil that tends to be more acidic. So you can use products like there's a product from Scott's that'll do it. There's also if you also go out and you do an application, a heavier application of liquid iron, that will also injure moss. But those are all treating the symptoms. Like, we want to figure out why it's there in the first place. You know what I mean? Like, I've got, actually, you know what? We actually have a blog post on this very topic that I will share with you. But I mean, to answer your question, there's a product from Scott's called Moss EX, I think is how it's pronounced, however you want to say it. But again, it's really a band-aid if you're not figuring out or figuring out why you're having the problem in the first place. You know what I mean? And again, moss tends to grow in areas that are damp. It tends to, soils that are more acidic, it tends to do better in. So you want to figure out why you're having the problem, correct the environmental issues like fixing drainage or doing a lime application to raise the soil pH. And then moss is going to be less of a problem in your lawn. And then if you want to go out and want to apply, a product to get rid of it, then you'll truly be correcting the problem. But if you want a video, like an article that I did on this topic on moss, Joshua Riggins, how to get rid, I'm going to do it actually down here so that everyone can see it. How to get rid of le moss. So if you check that out, that will, that blog post will give you some tips and strategies of how to do that. But again, it's treating, I recommend that you try and fix the conditions that are causing moss to be a problem versus getting out there and just throwing products at it, because it'll just keep coming back. All right, so next up we have the hard part, Joshua. Now I got to find out where I left off. You see what you did to me? All right, next up is John Williams. Great. He says, I can't get seed to grow. When would be a good time? Can I plant Kentucky bluegrass seed right now? I'm doing warm season in the front and cool season in the backyard because of shading concerns with trees. Thanks, sir. Okay, so can you do Kentucky bluegrass seed right now? And so could you do KBG now? I don't see a reason why you couldn't. John, keep in mind though that Kentucky bluegrass, as far as the cool season grass seeds, is among the slower germinating compared to, like, say, ryegrass and fescue. Kentucky bluegrass is kind of like how Bermuda is. It takes a bit longer to germinate. So can you? Yes. When you, to answer your question or to speak to your comment around you can't get seed to grow, most seeding projects fail because of watering, because of, like, one, inadequate prep, but then also watering. So you're going to want to thin out the lawn, make sure you can get good soil to seed contact, and then you really can't allow the lawn to dry out until the grass seed germinates. So most people think they can get out there, apply grass seed, water 1 or 2 days, and then just wait, and you're going to get a bad result if you do that. Not saying you need to flood the lawn, but you just can't allow it to dry out until the grass starts growing in. An easier way, to be completely honest, if you're just trying to get an easier way to get a cool season lawn in your backyard, is just to do sod. Sod is going to be a lot faster. You're going to go from like no grass to grass. You're not going to have to deal with the frustration of trying to grow grass from seed. It's just something to consider, is what I'm trying to say. And yeah, and if you're going to do Kentucky bluegrass, which again is of the cool season grass types, is slower germinating than like fescue or ryegrass. Just can't let it dry out. It's going to be 14 to 21 days before you start really seeing any appreciable amount of germination, and it's just going to be a time thing. So it's just think for yourself if it's something you really want to take on. And yeah, it makes sense though, given that you have a shade issue. If you have a lot of shade though, why not consider like a fescue? Like fescue is easier to grow from seed, and it's a very shade tolerant grass. Like if you get like a fine fescue, like that's a great grass type. It's a very pretty looking grass, and it's very shade tolerant. It's quite shade tolerant. You know what I mean? And that's a much easier grass to get established than trying to grow Kentucky bluegrass from seed. So that's where I would lean more towards if it were me. But just something to keep in mind with your project. So hope that helps, John. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. I'm making a note here for that. All right, good stuff. All right, so next up is Jimmy Miller. He says, I wonder if Lee ends up rolling the mower out in October if he plans on changing the color scheme from black with red trim to black with orange trim. I don't think that's going to happen. It's going to be black and red. I mean, he could change it, but why? Why? He's in Georgia. Why would you change it from Bulldogs colors? I mean, that's just, all you other folks that are in other states that back football teams that are not the Georgia Bulldogs, just, I got to get the program. Plus, the whole theme of his business is red and black. So I think the mower, there's other things that might change, but I think the red and black paint scheme is here to stay. I think that's going to be a thing. I don't think that's going to be one of the things that he's going to change on the mower. You can always repaint it yourself after the fact if you want to, Jimmy. But it looks sharp, man. I mean, if you haven't seen the video, check out the launch video. I think I've got it here. Yeah, check out the launch video. It's a sharp looking mower. I mean, it looks good there. It looks even better in person. So it's a great. If you ever want to go by, if you're in Georgia, roll by Real Rollers. They'll show you. They'll show you the mower, and you can take a look at it and see for yourself. The red and black will grow on you. Jimmy. I think that's the approach that I would take. I would not look for a different color. All right, Michael Cahoon. Okay, so that's let me see here. I think I missed the last part of your question. That says heavily and let the Bermuda beat out the weeds. I live in Oklahoma with red clay, so adding some good soil and manure, we're still seeing hundreds here. So Michael, I think your question was about the fertilizer, right? So yeah, so if your question is, can you use fertilizer to fertilize heavily and let the Bermuda beat out? Maybe that's not what's in your question. Where were you? Let me see if I can find it really quick. I think I'm mixing you up with Adam. Let me see if I can find your initial question, Michael. It's gonna bug me. Okay, so yes, exactly. So your question, your plan was essentially, the idea is to bury the weeds and fertilize and water. So if you're trying to control weeds in your Bermuda lawn, Michael, I would use herbicide to do that. I would use a post-emergent herbicide to control the weeds you're dealing with in your lawn. And then yes, as far as continuing to feed the Bermuda, mow it, do all the things to encourage it to get nice and thick, that is going to serve as natural weed control. But as far as if you've got a ton of weeds in your lawn, so you got like a bunch of Dallas grass, you got crabgrass all throughout your lawn, the strategy of saying, I'm just going to let the Bermuda get really thick and have it take over the crabgrass, or have it take over the spurge, or have it take over the Dallas grass, it's not something that's going to work in a short period of time. It's a better approach is to remove the weeds. In the case of Dallas grass, like get rid of it. Or if you have, like say, crabgrass or spurge, to use a herbicide to selectively remove it, and then focus on getting your Bermuda as thick as possible. And that's going to make it harder for the Bermuda to come back. Keep in mind, though, you didn't tell me what kind of weeds you're dealing with, but keep in mind, if you're dealing with crabgrass, it's even this time of year, even if you're using quinclorac, it's tough. Like crabgrass, once it gets to be more mature, it is tough to kill, even if you are using a herbicide like quinclorac, which is a great product, right? So the earlier in the season you can target it, the better it's going to work. And that's really true for all weeds. Like if you, even with spurge, the earlier you can get it, the younger you can catch it, the easier it is to control. But I would not take the strategy of I'm just going to fertilize my lawn, fertilize it heavily, water it heavily, and just let it, kill the weeds off or crowd the weeds out. What'll happen is the Bermuda is going to grow and do really well. And the weeds are also going to grow and do really well because they're being fertilized and they're getting water just like the Bermuda is. And it's just going to be a much slower process, if at all, that the Bermuda outcompetes the weeds to the point that they are no longer a thing. I would not take that approach. I would go after them either by physically removing it or by using herbicide to get rid of them. That is how I would go about it. So hope that helps, sir. Sorry I missed the first part of your question earlier, and hopefully this additional context helps out. All right, next is John Williams. He says, hit the like, share, and subscribe. That's a good point. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. If you're not a subscriber, I'd appreciate you guys subscribing. And if you guys are enjoying the content, then feel free to share it with friends, family, and your church folk, play cousins, anybody that you think could benefit from it. Feel free to share the content. He says, we need more people that care about their lawns, hate weeds, and it seems that people that are okay are. I missed the last part of your comment, John. But yes, I like the first part. Like, share, and subscribe. Good tips. I dig it. And next up is John Williams. He says, I think you should do a vegetable garden and grow stuff. Yeah. Curious what these products would be good to apply in a garden. I think you would make a good garden. Let me think. What do I have that I could apply in a vegetable garden? The Miramichi Green Organic, like I'd use that in a garden. I could use Essential G in a garden, but that just sounds like a lot of work. You know what I mean? I'm not really a garden type person. I have nothing against gardens. Any of you guys that are gardeners, don't send me hate mail and be like, oh my God, you don't like gardens. All you just grass, whatever. But I like grass, man. I like growing my Bermuda lawn, and I'm not really I'm not really a garden type. I must say I couldn't do it. I'm pretty sure I could. Because once I get into something, I really gotta go hog wild. I really try and understand it and get as good at it as I can. But gardening is just not something that I'm even remotely interested in learning to do. So it's probably not gonna happen, John. Ted Rogers says, thank you for everything. You're very welcome, Ted. Keep the faith, keep going, man. I know it's tough. I know the lawn is hitting back, but it's going to be worth it. It's totally going to be worth it. Just keep going. Keep going. Everyone is cheering you on. See, Zara says go, Ted. Jim Caldwell says go. There you go. Got to do it. Got to keep going, man. Jason Harrison says slumming it with just a normal Arnold Palmer. LOL. Yeah, man. Today I didn't go out to Chick-fil-A, and I'm surprised they maybe would have sent out a search party. Here's the thing, and I almost hate to say this because it makes me sound really bad. It's not a shining thing, not great. Because some of my friends tell me I go to Chick-fil-A too much. So when you're on a first name basis with a Chick-fil-A person, like whenever you roll up to the drive-thru and you think about it, there's a lot of people that are there, right? They have like tons of like high school kids that they swap in and out. Some are working inside, working outside. And when more often than not, whenever you roll through the drive-thru and they're like saying, so Ron, what are you having today? And they just know you're on a first name basis with the drive-thru folks, that's probably a sign you go to Chick-fil-A too much. And, guilty as charged of my local Chick-fil-A. But I mean, the lemonade is just so good. If you like lemonade, man, I'm telling you, you really can't go wrong with Chick-fil-A lemonade. It's good stuff. Good stuff. All right, Nyan is up next. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. I'm going to put down Spectacle Flow. What can I add with it to kill all the nutsedge and clover, Sedgehammer, and Certainty? I would do Certainty, Nyan, because you are in Georgia, I believe. I would skip Sedgehammer and I would go with this. I would go with Certainty. With Certainty, and then for clover, I know Celsius, you know what, let me check the label quick. I know that Celsius has coverage for clover, but let me see if I can save you some money. Because if Certainty covers clover as well too, then all you have to apply is Certainty. But let me see here. Let us see if Certainty will also do clover. Like I said, I know Celsius does, but I don't know off the top of my head if Certainty does. It does, yeah. So there you go. One product, one herbicide to rule them all. So for your sedges and your clover, a bit of Certainty. This will do the trick. This is what you're gonna go with. No need to use Sledgehammer. I wouldn't. There's really no need. You have warm season lawn and you got this. This stuff is the bee's knees. That's what I would go with. So yeah, just get your spectacle. Throw some certainty in the tank, and away you go. All right, next up is Bang 1082 says, is there a way to prevent clumping fescue? I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good question. Let me, you know what? I'm gonna screenshot that Bang 1082. I don't know if there's a way to prevent clumping fescue. I'm sure there's ways to get rid of it. I'm sure there's herbicides you can use to kill it off, but as far as to prevent it, I do not know. I'll have to look into that and get an answer for you. Alfred Envy says, "Go Bulldogs, good man." So you're good man. Good. You can say in the comment section. I really like you. I have a question here. It's a good one. It says from Azamore21 says, "Hey Ron, happy Friday. Enjoying the live stream. Question: why do you prefer Essential G over Carbon Pro G? Couple reasons. When I was using Carbon, here's the thing: it's actually easier for me to get Carbon Pro G than Essential G, because there's a site one that's like 15 minutes from me. But the issue is, thing one, a lot of my viewers don't have a site one nearby, and they want to use the exact same product that I'm using. So that's thing one. So it's availability, because the only place you can buy Carbon Pro G is site one. And then thing two is Essential G is a newer formulation. So when I was talking to the folks at Miramichi Green and saying, you know, it'd be great to have a granular product that's like Carbon Pro G, but like better. And they said, hey, we're working on something cool. It's going to be like the successor to Carbon Pro G called Essential G. That is not going to be only a site one, and you should try it out. And when I did, I love the results that I got with it. So you think about it, Carbon Pro G is essentially really two ingredients. It's compost and it's biochar. Whereas Essential G is compost, it's biochar, it's got some humate in it, it's got silicon in it, and it's also got reclaimed coffee grounds. So as far as a granular biostimulant that to enhance the amount of organic material in your soil that has really all the benefits of Carbon Pro G and then some, Essential G is a superior product. They're both made by Miramichi Green. They're both excellent products. You can't really go wrong with either one of them. But given the choice, I go with Essential G because one, you guys can actually get it too, and it's a newer product. It's a newer formulation. It's like got everything that Carbon Pro G has and more. So for that reason, that's why I use Essential G over Carbon Pro G. And that's it for now. It's the only question I got on Instagram. All right, cool. All right, so next up we have Duerism. He says, hi Ron, how often do you backlap your outlet? About monthly, once a month. It's not having a regular schedule. About once a month is when I do it. Could you talk about your process for doing this? Thanks. Yes, Duerism. So with the outlet, and I've never done a video of that. It's funny, guys. There's a lot of content that I haven't made for the C27 outside of just the initial video, mainly because the mower is so expensive and most people don't have it, that it's kind of like it'd be kind of pointless to make content. That's why I haven't done it. But as far as backlapping goes, I use the I think I used the 120 grit from Real Rollers is what I have. I have my backlapping compound, which I got from Real Rollers. I believe it's 120 grit. And with the outlet with the C27, it's really easy. There on the mower, there are different modes you can run the mower in. There's like a slow mode, a fast mode, and then there's also a maintenance mode, which allows you to backlap it. There's a control box that you simply connect to the mower, and then you just press a button, and literally the mower, it spins backwards. Like the reel spins backwards. You apply your backlapping compound, and I typically backlap for 3 to 5 minutes. I listen to the sound of it, so I don't usually, like the last time I went in as far as tightened up the tolerance between the reel and the bed knife was like 3 backlaps ago. The last couple times I backlapped it, I've just left it at the same. I've not changed the reel to bed knife tolerance. I've left it exactly where it was. So I start the mower running backwards. I take the compound and I spread it over the reel as it's spinning backwards, and I just listen to it. And it's kind of hard to describe, but it sounds like, the sound that scissors makes. Like if you take a pair of scissors and you just open and close them, it has like a very what's a better way of describing it? Like if you take a better way of describing it is this: if you ever take a knife and you sharpen a knife using a whetstone, if as you go up in grit, like you know how the way a knife sounds when you start with like a 2,000 grit whetstone, and then when you transition to like a 3,000 or a 6,000, like you're getting really fine, and how it sounds, it has like the sounds of like a pair of scissors whenever you're just when you're running the stone over the blade, over the edge. That's how the mower begins to sound when the reel is turning backwards. And it sounds like a very like a pair of scissors running. You can hear there's not really any the sound is constant. It's not like there's when you first start, you'll hear areas that are being ground more. It'll be like a heavier sound, then a lighter sound, then a heavier sound, then a lighter sound. And as you backlap it more and more, the sound of the mower evens out, and it just sounds. Next time I do it, I'll video it. That's probably better because I'm not doing a great job explaining this. But with the Owlet, it's as simple as turn it into maintenance mode, connect the control box, put the backlapping pound on it, and just press a button and hold it, and let it do its thing for a few minutes, and just keep adding lapping pound until it's backlapped. Then I remove the control box. I take the mower around. You guys never see my lawn. I take the mower to an area that I hose it off. So I remove all the all the compound. So I hose off all the backlacking compound, and then I also like to take paper towels and wipe each of the blades. So I'll rinse it off, and then I'll wipe any residual compound off of it. Then I'll rinse it again. And then I go out and I mow with it. You know what I mean? I'll check to make sure it's cutting paper across the board, which it always is after I'm done doing that. And then I'll go out and mow. So to recap, backlap, remove all the compound when you're done. You absolutely want to do that. Make sure you rinse it all off. And then I also take take paper towels and I physically wipe each one of the blades. Give it another rinse again, and then check it, make sure it's cutting paper across, and then go out and mow. The whole process, including rinsing it and getting ready, is like under 10 minutes. It doesn't take very long at all with that mower. So yeah, that's how I do it. Next time I do that, I will film it, so you guys can see how I backlap my Owlet, even though it's gonna apply to like practically no one, but you can see how it's done. All right, next up is Zara. She says, "Thank you. You're very welcome, Zara. No problem." And then next up is Anna. She says, "I'm going to have to email you a picture of my lawn later. Came to work, but hope you can still see it and reply back. Thanks for everything." Yeah, no worries at all, Anna. You should have my email address. It's Ron. If not, it's ron@golfcourselawn.com. Right there. Send me an email, and I will take a look at it, and I'll let you know what I think. So, good stuff. Pictures definitely help when it comes to figuring out lawn problems. You guys would be surprised, man. The number of I get pictures from people, or not pictures. I get emails from people saying, "Hey, I got this problem in my lawn. It's like it's an area that's brown. What do you think I should do to fix it?" I'm like, "Okay, what kind of grass do you have? Can you send me a picture of it? What have you tried? What have you not tried?" I get emails like that. So if you guys are going to email me, I'm fine with helping out. But one, try and keep your email concise. So don't send me like an entire book. And then let me know what kind of grass you have. And if you can, send pictures of the problem. Makes it a lot easier. Like, it's gonna make it easier for me to have to respond. Because if I have to email you back and say, "Hey, can you send me a picture or what kind of grass type you have?" then it creates more work. It creates more of a back and forth. So just make sure if you're gonna send me an email to ask questions, be sure to include the kind of grass you have. That's probably the most important thing. If you can send pictures of the problem, that's also super helpful. And then what you've tried, what you've done up to this point is also important to know too. And be honest when you do that, because some of you guys will send me pictures and say like, "Hey, yeah, I mow my lawn every other day and it's still, I still got brown spots in there. It looks like how it looks." And I look at the pictures and it's obvious the lawn isn't mowed every other day. So just be honest when it comes to letting me know what you've done and what you've not done, because then we can get you the solution faster and get you on your way. So just a slight PSA for anyone who wants to email me questions. All right, Scott R. We already got Scott's comment done. And then we got Stuart Dukakis up next. Dukakis, I have not heard that last name in forever. That reminds me of, what's the name of the presidential candidate? So Michael Dukakis. Yeah, but name, I'm old. That's, when did he run? It's like 88 or 92, whatever it was. It was a long time ago. That's the time I remember seeing that last name. Wow, cool. All right, so Stuart says, Revolution 26 ordered. Congrats on the, you know what? We haven't been clapping up for you guys. For those that are getting the new mowers, congrats. Congrats on the new hardware. Mow in good health once you do get your mower. Very, very good stuff. Very, very nice. I think you're going to like it. Then next up we have Kathy Pierce 61 and says, "Hi Ron, I had Bermuda grass put down in June and I live in Missouri, but I have a lot of nutsedge. I don't know what to do." So you are in luck, Kathy, because given that you have Bermuda grass, you have access to arguably one of the best herbicides for controlling sedges and also for controlling poanua. It's a herbicide called Certainty. So this will take care of nutsedge, and it will also take care of kalinga, take care of clover. I think it also does a bunch of other grassy weeds as well, and it also takes care of poanua. So as far as a herbicide that is excellent for warm season turf for controlling sedges, poa, and a bunch of other weeds, it's really hard to beat Certainty. You can get it. I'll show you. You can get it here on the Golf Course Lawn Store. If you go to shop and you go to Weed Killer, you can get Certainty right here. And what I'd highly recommend using surfactant with it. So you'd want to get Certainty, and you're going to want to get a bottle of surfactant to go with it. That combination will do an excellent job cleaning up sedges in your Bermuda lawn. And because I like you, especially Kathy, I'm going to make it easier for you. And I'm just going to send you a link to this section so you can just pick them both out. So you know what? I'll send you links to each of the herbicides individually. That makes it even easier. That way there's no chance you getting the wrong thing. So at Kathy Pierce, so this is Certainty. And then this is surfactant. And when you go through when you look at Certainty, in the description of the product description, there's going to be a video that shows how I like to use it, like how many scoops I like to use and how to use surfactant along with it. And there's also all the application rates and whatnot. So for sedges, if you're only going to do, say you're only going to do some spot spraying for sedges. So say you're going to mix up like 2 gallons of Certainty, which is a good amount for spot spraying. You could do anywhere between 3 to 5 of the small scoops. Hang on, let me make sure I send you this for surfactant before I forget. I'll actually show you here real quick. So when you get Certainty, it's going to come with this. It's going to come with a measuring spoon that looks like that. That looks like that. Okay. In this measuring spoon, there are 2 ends. You will notice that there's a large end and a small end. So for sedges, what I would say is you're going to take 2 gallons of water. This is what I find produces good results. Take 2 gallons of water, right? And you're going to use anywhere between 3 to 5 of the small scoops, 3 to 5 of these small scoops, the small end, with 2 gallons of water and a bit of surfactant, a couple teaspoons of surfactant, and that's going to do a great job controlling the sedges in your Bermuda lawn. So yes, I hope that helps. 3 to 5 scoops. Given that temperatures are starting to cool off a little bit, you can lean more towards that 5 scoop number. If it were in the middle of summer, like if you'd emailed me or asked this question in like July, I would tell you, yeah, just go with 3 scoops because it'll knock the sedges out a lot faster when temperatures are higher. But given that things are starting to cool off now, you still want to get rid of them. Go with 5 of the small scoops, 2 gallons of water, a little bit of surfactant, and that will produce a great result in your Bermuda lawn. And the nice thing about Certainty is that it does a really good job controlling sedges while not really impacting your Bermuda. It's a very good herbicide against Bermuda to use on Bermuda grass. That's not going to discolor your lawn or cause damage to it like some other products can. And you're asking, when should I treat it? You can do it now. You can do it now if you want to. I mean, if it's a lot, you can absolutely do it now. What I would tell you is next year, because this bottle is going to last you for a while. Next year, earlier in the season, whenever the sedges start showing up, treat them then. Like as is true for pretty much all weeds. It is easier to control weeds when they are younger. And as soon as we get into like the May timeframe, and we start getting a lot of rainfall, that's when the sedges are going to start showing up. Like sedges like wet areas of your lawn. So wherever water settles, or whenever it rains where water drains. So if you have like a downspout, like where that empties into the lawn, that's where sedges are going to tend to grow. Or where there's like a channel that the lawn drains through, that's where you're going to tend to see sedges. So earlier in the season when that starts to happen, that is when you want to go after them with Certainty. It's still going to work now, but they're easier to control when you spray them when they're younger. So hope that helps. Go to the golf course lawn store, grab Certainty and some surfactant, and you will be on your way. And you're also going to be covered for POA. So if you ever have to deal with POA annua in your lawn, Certainty will also work for that as well too. All right, Anthony Davis is up next. He says, "Hey Ron, I have St. Augustine grass and I stay in middle of Florida. This is in reference to should I spray Spectacle Flow this weekend if I plan on putting down sod in the bare spots of my lawn?" Yeah, Anthony, so I think I covered your question earlier. What I would do if you're just trying to be super safe, very conservative, is the areas where you're planning on putting down sod, avoid spraying Spectacle there. For Bermuda grass, I would have no issues with spraying the entire lawn and then still putting sod in. Like that's not going to negatively affect the ability for Bermuda to root in. With St. Augustine, I don't know for sure. So just to be extra cautious, the areas that are bare right now that you're going to be putting the sod in, I would avoid spraying Spectacle there. That is how I would go about approaching that. All right, Upper 510 is up next. He says, "I want to use the Sun Joe Scarifier to remove dead grass as an aerator. When I drop my new seeds after using the Sun Joe, will I need to use starter fertilizer? By the way, tall fescue in Northern Virginia." Yes, so if you've not been feeding your lawn Upper 510, using a starter fertilizer is a good idea. And using the Scarifier to help thin out the lawn a little bit. It's not quite going to aerate, but it's going to thin out the lawn. It's going to take a lot of the loose debris in the lawn and remove that. So that's a good strategy. And as far as using a starter fertilizer, also a good strategy, especially if you haven't been feeding the lawn as part of your seeding project. For options for fertilizer, for a good starter fertilizer, if you go to the golf course lawn store and you go to shop and then lawn fertilizer, this is the one I would go with. So the Complete 14-7-14 is a great starter fertilizer. It has your nitrogen, your phosphorus, potassium, has a little bit of kelp in it, has some humic acid. It's got, as the name implies, it's complete, has a bit of everything you need. That's great for a seeding project when you're trying to start a new lawn. So that is what I would go with if you're planning on applying fertilizer as part of your seeding project. The order that you would do things in is you're first going to do your scarifying to remove a lot of the dead material, and then you can put down your fertilizer, and then finally apply your grass seed and rake it in. So if you have like a grass rake or some way to work the seed in lightly, so you're not trying to bury it, but just slightly work the seed in, that's going to produce a good result. And then water it, obviously. And you'll be on your way. You will be on your way. Okay, next up is John Willie. They're up next. He says, "Ron, I'm just getting in here. Quick question. My lawn maintenance plan for Centipede Lawn is calling for a 50-20 iron application. So high potassium fertilizer with iron. Okay. I shop at Site One and all the products are Let's Go. I hate Let's Go." Okay. So you want a higher potassium fertilizer with iron. So if you hate Let's Go and you want a fertilizer that's similar to that, I mean, it's gonna have a bit of nitrogen, a higher concentration of potassium, and also have some iron in it. You could go with this guy, the Stress 12-0-24. You can tell it's got more nitrogen than that product you're talking about, but it's got 24% potassium. So as far as a substitute and it's also got iron in it. So if you're looking for something that you can use in space of that 50-20, you could use this. It also has some humic acid and some kelp, and there's also some other macronutrients in here too. I think there's some manganese. Let me look here. Where is the formulation? Yep. So you've got some iron, you got manganese, and some magnesium. So there you go. So as far as a fertilizer with iron and high potassium, this is what I would go with if you're trying to not use a Let's Go product. And I will send you a link here. So your name is @Joe Will. There you go, Joe. That's what you can go with. Okay. Next up is, you're looking for recommendations. Other than that, I got you covered. Check the chat and you should be good to go. And then next up is Andre Taylor. Can you please share the link for Spectacle? Please, I've already done that. You should have it in the chat already, Andre, but if not, I will do it one more again. There you go. And let's see what other questions and comments we have. We are winding down. You guys are slowing down on me. Slowing down on me. Maybe it's the Kung Fu fighting lag is what's causing the problem. All right, next up is Greg Lyon. He says, I sent you some pictures of my side yard and was curious if you could diagnose what the issue might be. I scalped it a couple of weeks ago and my height of cut went up a notch. I spread the country blend recently. Thanks. Yeah, so Greg, we did look at some pictures of your lawn earlier. So this is picture 1 of the scalping issue. And this is another picture, picture 2 of the scalping problem. It looks to me, especially in picture 1, if you look here, like there's some washboarding going on in the lawn. Like if you look at the lawn, there's areas that are like really green, and just even from this image, you can see the height of cut is noticeably higher. Maybe, I don't know, quarter an inch, maybe even half an inch higher than the area that actually is cut. So what I would ask you to check is check your mower. First of all, check to make sure your mower is sharp, because this looks like a mower that is washboarding, like it's cutting and then it's skipping some areas, and it's cutting, it's digging in and scalping, and then it's skipping over some areas. And that is like a telltale sign of a mower that just isn't sharp. So I would check that. That's thing 1. Make sure that it looks like this is a real mower, because I don't see, looks like a real mower. Yeah, make sure it's cutting paper all the way across. And then outside of that, your options are, let me get you up here. Outside of that, your options are to either increase your mowing frequency once you confirm that the mower is sharp, or raise your height of cut. So there's only 2 options really. If you're mowing and the lawn is not staying green between cuttings, you have 2 options: mow taller or mow more often. Those are really the only 2 ways to keep the lawn green between mowings if what you're currently doing is scalping is causing discoloration. Again, assuming the mower is sharp. All of this hinges on the equipment being sharp. Like literally when it comes to mowing, there's nothing that's more important than having the equipment be sharp. Like you could take a Greensmaster 1600, pick any like super high end expensive mower. If the mower isn't sharp, a true cut, a true cut with a razor edge on it is going to produce a better cut than a very expensive mower that is not sharp. So sharp equipment, you really can't stress how important that is to to preventing injury, to getting a good result. Because here's what happens, right? If the mower is dull, what you're going to tend to find is that it's a lot more likely, especially if it's a real mower, it's more likely to bite and then dig in a little bit. And that's when you start getting cutting problems that look a lot like what I'm seeing. Look what I'm seeing here. You know what I mean? So the washboarding is a much bigger problem whenever the mower isn't sharp. So that's the first thing I would check. Sharp equipment, and then your choice: cut taller or cut more often. Those are really what it comes down to. Fertilizer is not going to fix it. It's going to come down to mowing, Greg, to correct this problem. All right, next up is Andrew Chico Dixon. It's a great question. He says, how often can you put down post-emergent to kill existing weeds, and when do you switch to pre-emergent? So good question, Andrew. So really, post-emergent herbicides should be used as a stopgap to get ahead of the weeds. You're trying to injure or kill the plants that you don't want in your lawn, and then to give the grass, the plant that you want to be the dominant plant in your yard, the opportunity to get ahead of it. And post-emergent herbicides and pre-emergent herbicides really aren't tied to each other. So pre-emergent, you're going to apply in the spring before soil temps reach the mid-50s, and in the fall as soil temps are in the low 70s and trending cooler. That's the window for applying pre-emergent herbicides. Post-emergent herbicides really should be as needed. You know what I mean? So if you find that you've got weeds in your lawn, you apply your post-emergent herbicides to control them, but that should be something that you're using not like every month, every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. It's really something you're using to get ahead to injure the weeds, and until you can get your lawn to be strong enough to where it makes it difficult for the weeds to even establish in your lawn. Does that make sense? So I would use post-emergent herbicides as a tool for that purpose. As far as when you can apply them again, you can, most of them have like a 3-week interval. So say if you're spraying, say like Celsius, right? I would not spray Celsius If you did an application today, I would not spray Celsius again until at least 3 weeks have elapsed, at least 3 weeks between applications. But your question as far as when you switch to pre-emergent, you don't switch from pre-emergent. So sorry, you don't switch from post-emergent herbicides to pre-emergent herbicides. They are tools that work that disrupt different parts or work in different parts of the weed's life cycle. So pre-emergent herbicides are designed to prevent weeds from even being a problem in the first place. So whenever the weed starts to germinate, pre-emergent herbicides are designed to interrupt that germination process by killing off the roots. So if the seed begins to germinate, tries to start just to shoot roots, and the pre-emergent herbicide kills those roots. So no roots, no plant. The plant's going to die. So pre-emergent is designed to work earlier in the cycle. If you didn't apply pre-emergent, or if the weed that you are targeting doesn't, like the pre-emergents you're using, doesn't have control against it. So say, for example, you're using like prediamine, right? And prediamine doesn't have really good control against against sedges. So in that case, you're going to be stuck with using a post-emergent herbicide like Certainty to control that particular weed. You know what I mean? So for the most part, you want to, if you're doing it right, you want to rely heavily on pre-emergent. So if you get your pre-emergent timing right, so in the spring, get your pre-emergent done, that's going to do a lot for keeping spurge, for keeping crabgrass, for keeping a lot of the weeds out of your lawn. Like you're going to have a very, very big reduction, a large reduction in the amount of weeds you're going to see in your lawn if you apply pre-emergent and you apply it at the correct time. For the weeds that do break through, that is where you rely on post-emergent herbicides to control those. And then what you tend to find is that post-emergent herbicides tend to be more expensive than pre-emergent because there's a whole lot of if this then that when it comes to post-emergent herbicides. There are herbicides that are designed to control like broadleaf weeds, and there are post-emergent herbicides that are designed they're only safe for certain grass types. Whereas you take a pre-emergent, like prediamine, you can use that on cool season and warm season grass. There's no issue with that. But once you start getting into post-emergent herbicides, they become more specialized, where most of the really good ones anyway are specific to a certain grass type. So you'll find, like in the case of warm season grass, like Celsius and Certainty are designed for warm season grass to kill weeds in warm season grass. If you're dealing with cool season grass, depending on what you're trying to control, you get into products like Acclaim, like Pilex, like Tenacity, like Sedgehammer, so you have weeds that are herbicides that are designed to be safe for cool season grass and control weeds in cool season lawns. So I would want you to get out of the mindset of thinking that you do post-emergent herbicides, then you switch to pre-emergent. They're completely separate. Pre-emergent twice a year, spring and fall. Post-emergent herbicides as needed. And then if you want a good read on weed control, check out this blog post on the topic, Andrew. So you're on Facebook, so I got to post this here. So this one at Andrew, so that one. And then as far as post-emergent selection, you can look at the new article in our knowledge base on that topic, on selecting post-emergent herbicides, because it talks all about that. I might actually go add a menu to this later because it's kind of long. But it talks about granulars, liquids, contact, systemic herbicides, protective gear, like how to use them properly so you protect yourself. Herbicides that are for warm season turf, herbicides that are for cool season turf, right? And then I think I also did a section here for ones that'll work on both. Post-emergent herbicides for warm and cool season turf, right? So this talks all about post-emergent herbicides. If you want a good read, you can check this out as well. So I'll link this for you there in the chat, and you'll be all covered. You'll know everything you need to know for the most part. You'll know enough to learn what you need to know to then research further if you want to. How about that? So hopefully that helps, Andrew. Twice per year on your pre-emergent. Pre-emergent is way cheaper than post-emergent herbicide, so it's a good investment. All right, and you say you have Bermuda grass. So exactly. So for pre-emergent, if you are looking to spend I mean, the best pre-emergent, again, this is my opinion, I'm just giving you my opinion, there's people who disagree with me, but the best pre-emergent, in my opinion, for Bermuda grass is a product called Spectacle Flow. The problem with this is that it's expensive. It's like $300+ for an 18-ounce bottle of it, and unless you've got like acres and acres of property, you're unlikely to ever use this up. So if you have friends and or family that you can split the bottle with, split the cost, then that's a good way to go about it. This is a great pre-emergent because it does a really good job controlling annual bluegrass that tends to grow in our lawns in the late, really in the early spring start to see it, but like late winter, early spring when it starts showing up, like Spectacle Flow is excellent for that. Outside of Spectacle, you can use pre-emergents like prodiamine or dithiopyr. In the fall, I would do prodiamine. So you go to weed killer and then go to pre-emergent, and then there you've got your options for prodiamine for pre-emergent herbicides. So you got granular and liquid options. So I'll throw a link for that in the chat as well for you, so you can take a look there, Andrew, and also do Spectacle. If you decide you want to do Spectacle, we'll have that. So you're going to be covered, man. You'll have a guide on pre-emergence and post-emergence for the fall. You have a buyer's guide on post-emergent herbicides, and you'll have links for Spectacle and for prodiamine. So you'll be completely covered. All you have to do at this point is do some reading, ask some more questions, and you'll be on your way for having a weed-free lawn going forward, or a lot less weeds in your lawn. Like completely weed-free is not really a thing, but like far less weeds. How about that? Okay, next up we have, I'm going to find, next up we have Lance F. He says, love it. You did the Godzilla. I was waiting to see you post that. Okay, well, I'm glad. I aim to please, Lance. I'm glad you got a kick out of it. Mauro Marcillo says, I'm due for a biostimulant app. Could that be done the same as my Spectacle Flow app? Yes. Should we separate it? No. You could do them at the same time. You could do that there's no problem with doing that, Mauro. You absolutely could. No worries at all. If you want to do the carbon kit along with Spectacle, no issues at all. We'll save you time. Next up is No Name. He says, hey, Ron, if you were doing a single application of Spectacle Flow, would you still do it tomorrow or wait a couple weeks, as it is still in the upper 80s and touching 90s? It is not in the upper 80s touching 90s, No Name. It was like 81 today, and like it was 75 earlier. You know, let us see here. Let's go to weather.com and let's see what it says for Gainesville, Georgia. What does it say? 30. Okay. So for the 10-day, well, it's not loading. There we go. Gainesville, Georgia. And for the 10-day, it is saying, the long and short of it is I'm applying it tomorrow. I'm not waiting a couple of weeks. You can if you want to, but there's not really, you don't really gain a lot by doing that, in my opinion. It's not like getting it down a little bit early is going to hurt anything. So yes, you have 80s, 80s, 80s. You do get in the 90s, and then back to the 80s, 80s, 80s. Yeah, if you want to what you can, No Name. It's just, I've gotten really good. There's, like, I guess we put it this way. If you wait 2 weeks, right, what you will get are 2 weeks more of thereabouts of coverage of residual. Spectacle Flow is such a good pre-emergent that it's like, if you do an application now or you do an application 2 weeks from now, it's going to last long enough. It's going to last until you do your spring pre-emergent, especially if you're applying it at the higher rates. This year I'm going to find out, because I'm going to apply it tomorrow at a lower rate, and then I'm going to do it again in like late November, early December. And I have no reason to believe that it's not going to work great. So it's up to you. If you want to wait 2 weeks, you can. I don't really think that you're really gaining anything by doing that. So if it were me, I would be ahead of it. I would. If it were me, I would do it now. I can only answer the question based on what I'm going to be doing and what's worked well for me in the past. In years past, you could look at my content. This is the time of year when I've done my fall pre-emergent app, and I've gotten really good results with doing that. So ultimately, your call. I'll leave it up to you. All right, next up is Tom V. He says, hey, Ron, when you measure the amount of water to be added to your backpack sprayer, do you need to accommodate for the amount of fertilizer being added? For example, 4 gallons of water plus 24 ounces of Turfplex won't fit. No, not really. So what I would say, Tom, is say you're spraying 4,000 square feet, right? What I do is I would fill the sprayer halfway to 2/3 of the way full. And then, so it's halfway full with water. You add your Turfplex and then finish filling it up. And when you get to the 4-gallon mark, you're good. Like, mix it and you go out and spray the lawn. You're good to go. Like you're overthinking a little bit because, so I guess in your case, you're asking if you fill it all the way up to 4 gallons and then you add 24 ounces of Turfplex, it's not going to fit. And you're correct, it would not fit. But that's not the way you mix products in a backpack sprayer. There's 2 ways of doing it, or 2 ways that I think produce a good result. One way is more headache than it's really worth. One way is you can get like a 5-gallon bucket, mix all the products in the 5-gallon bucket outside of the sprayer, and then pour that into the tank. I don't do that because it's a lot of work and it's prone to spillage and waste and making a mess. Or you can take the sprayer, fill it halfway full with water, add the products, put the cap on, get that shaken up, get everything suspended. Now you've got like a concentrated mix. Take the cap back off, continue filling it all the way up to the 4-gallon mark, put the cap back on, give it a good shake, get everything mixed, suspended, go out and spray the lawn. And you're gonna get a good result doing that. So you would not fill the sprayer all the way with water and then add products. You fill it halfway full, add your products, and then continue filling it. Because remember, when you add Turfplex, like any liquid product that you're putting in it, like you look at Turfplex, Nutrisolve, they're water-based. They have water in them, right? You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not like when you add Turfplex, you're not also adding water. Does that kind of make sense? So fill the sprayer halfway full with water, add your products, mix them, get them suspended, continue filling it to the 4-gallon mark, and then go out and spray your lawn, and you'll be good to go. That is what I would do. That is what I do. I would not do it the other way around. I would not fill it all the way up and then start trying to add products. That's not the way to do it. All right, next up is Debbie Dukakis, or sorry, Debbie. Where did I get Debbie from? Stuart Dukakis. Stuart Dukakis says, is it beneficial to let the lawn go dormant at a higher height of cut? I don't, Stuart. If you lived in a part of the country where it gets very cold, you get snow on the ground and the ground stays, tends to stay cold for extended periods. So say you lived in like in Oklahoma, or like we had the one person that was commenting there with the Bermuda lawn in Missouri. Yeah, then letting the lawn go up to like an inch, that wouldn't be a bad idea. In Georgia, not really necessary. Like I normally leave my lawn at 3/4 of an inch all throughout the season. And in the winter, I don't change that. In years past, depending on how long you've been watching the channel, watching the content, there was a year where I got this crazy idea that I wanted to mow my lawn at like below 1/2 an inch. And I did that for most of the season. And I went into the wintertime with it at half an inch. And it still woke up the following season just fine. We even got snow that year. I mean, when I say snow, we got like a day and a half of snow. That's what we get in Georgia. And it was absolutely fine. So I'd say that if you live somewhere where it gets cold for extended periods of time, then letting it grow out a little bit is a good idea. If you are in Georgia, you could put it at 3/4 of an inch and just leave it there. It'll tolerate it just fine. There's no problems with doing that. The reason, partly why I don't let it grow out as well, in addition to appearance, is that you're creating more work for yourself in the springtime. You know what I mean? So like if you say I'm going to maintain my lawn at say 3/4 of an inch, right? That's the height of cut that I want to keep the lawn at. And I let it grow out to an inch or inch and a quarter. You wouldn't think that 1/2 an inch is a lot of material, but it's a whole lot of material to have to remove from a lawn come springtime. Because when you scalp it, you're not going to scalp it from an inch or an inch and a quarter down to 3/4 of an inch. You're going to scalp it down to like 5/8 or the 1/2 an inch. You're talking about removing, 3/4 of an inch of material, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a lot of grass, especially when you have a lawn, lawn my size. So for those reasons, I don't really raise the height of cut because I haven't found it to be necessary. So good question. Hope that helps. If you need any more follow up, feel free to drop them in the chat, and I will I'll revisit it. Devin is in the house. He's up late tonight, but hey, Ron, what's going on, man? Can't wait to get some good turf talk. Yeah, thanks for coming to hang out, Devin. Sorry for the lip sync issue. Like my audio and video are slightly out of sync tonight, but I will fix that. I'll probably fix it tonight. I'll figure out what's going on with it, and I'll get it fixed so it's not a problem for next week. We got to get you back on the show, man. I know you've been sending me pictures of how the lawn is coming together, like your outside space and all the design work you're doing, and it's looking really cool. whenever you feel happy with it. Whenever you feel happy with it, I guess once you put the grass in, it's growing in, and if you want to share like the entire process, whenever you're ready, feel free to come back on, and you can show off all the fruits of your labor to everybody. I think they're going to want to check it out. It's good. Should be a good time. All right, next up is Stuart Dukakis, who says, what else besides fertilizing late in the season can cause spring dead spot? Lack of fungicide. So if you are still putting a lot of nitrogen into the lawn, Stuart, as you get later into the season, that can create conditions for spring dead spot to be a problem the following year. Not applying a preventative fungicide will also make conditions. In other words, it's not going to cause it, right? But if you have spring dead spot, if you have the disease already in your soil, if your lawn is already prone to having that, if you're fertilizing late in the season and you're not using a fungicide in October, November timeframe, you're more likely to have the problem. In my lawn, ever since I started reducing, once I started shutting down adding fertilizer in October, so October being the last month that I did it, and I started doing fungicide apps, one in October and then another one in November, like my issue with spring dead spot became far less bad. This year there was like one small spot, it was like a little, like the area that was before was large, like 18 inches in diameter. This year was like the size of like maybe 4 to 6 inches, very, very small. And then the lawn grew through it in no time, and it was just fine. So I would say that limit how much nitrogen you're putting in the lawn as the fall progresses, and then use a preventative fungicide. And if you do that, what you're going to find is the areas that you had it, say last year, you may get it again next year, but it will be far less bad than if you continue like pushing a bunch of nitrogen in the lawn, in November, December timeframe, and you don't use fungicide. So hope that helps us, Stuart. That's worked well for me. And if you do some research on the spring dead spot, on the causes for it and how to prevent it, you'll see a lot of research that speaks the same way. They say limit nitrogen input and then use a fungicide. And as far as the fungicide that I'm going to be using this fall is going to be, in case you're interested, you didn't ask, but I'll show you, is going to be Pillar SC. So if you go to shop and then insecticide, fungicide, you got a couple of options. You can either use Headway G. I would either use this one, which is a granular, or I would use Pillar SC, which is a liquid. This year I'm going to be using Pillar SC, and yeah, that's what I'm going with. But either one of these guys, Headway or Pillar, either one of those will work well for your preventative fungicide app for spring dead spot in the fall. Next is Oliver Riddim. He says, ever heard of Spectacle G? It's cheaper than Spectacle Flow. Yeah, I believe it's the granular of it, isn't it, Oliver? I prefer liquid pre-emergence. I mean, I've done granular a couple times in years past, but I prefer the liquids. Plus, I don't only do my lawn. I got to do my lawn, I got to do Alex's lawn, I got to do the other neighbor as well too. So once you start figuring like the amount of like collectively, it's like 18,000. And then another, it's like 25-ish thousand square feet, thereabouts 26,000 square feet. That is when this begins to make a lot more sense, right? Because this, when you're doing that much property, it makes more sense versus if you have a smaller lawn. I think if you have a smaller lawn, then Spectacle G isn't a bad way to go. But yeah, I think the thing you have to look at from this standpoint, Oliver, is I've not done the math on it, but I would bet that Spectacle G probably actually isn't cheaper than Spectacle Flow. It's just that because if you look at the coverage, right? If you look at how much property an 18-ounce bottle of Spectacle Flow covers versus what a bag of Spectacle G covers, yes, the price, like what you pay for a bag of it, is less. But if you actually break it down of the cost per 1,000 square feet or cost per acre, then Spectacle, the liquid, is more than likely going to win out. It's more likely going to win out. Yeah. Otherwise, like all these services would be using the granular. So yeah. All right, Moro's up next. He says, how long are you planning on running your irrigation after your pre-emergent? A full deep cycle? Yeah, that's what I typically do, Moro. I run a normal cycle, not like anything special. I don't run it like less or run it more. I just run a normal cycle, and you're good to go. I don't do anything super special as far as changing the run time on my irrigation. And then Mike D says, he says, I'll tell you what, Ron. I will try and do one app this year with Spectacle Flow. I think, yeah, do that. You're gonna get a good result with it, man. That's what I've done in years past, and it works. It works great. Like what I am doing this year, as far as splitting it up, is not necessary. You don't have to do that. It's just it's something that you can do. I mean, even Bear in their documentation on managing POA, they offer rates if you decide to do more than one application. And I said, you know what, why not try it? I've never done that. Why not give it a go? Although one app works great, why not just, reduce the rate and spray it twice? It'll be something fun for me to talk about, right? On the live stream, you guys will be able to know, know how it works. I'll be like, yep, there was no POA with one app and there's no POA with two apps. So whichever way you want to go, it's going to work well. Next up is John Williams. He says, do you know any websites to pick up some used equipment? I'm looking for a traditional push behind edger. That's my style. I don't. I mean, you could check if Craigslist is still a thing. I don't know if Craigslist is still a thing anymore, but get on like any of the lawn Facebook groups. Like, just look on like for your grass type, or get on Facebook and join one of the groups of lawn care enthusiasts, and there'll be someone selling equipment. That's an option. Yeah, I don't know where to get used edger. I don't know that. I mean, Facebook Marketplace, offer up. That's where I would look, and then also like user groups that are people that are into lawn care, and see if anyone's selling pre-owned equipment. Steve 293 is up next. He says, first time joining live. Well, hopefully it's been good, Steve. And here's the thing, Steve. Don't judge me. I know my audio and video is out of sync. This is normally not a problem. I don't know what happened tonight, so don't hold it against me. I'm in Seattle doing a renovation. Finally got soil leveled and was about to seed, but I noticed weeds sticking out. Should I seed or take care of them? Why not both? You can do both, Steve. So given that you are in Seattle, I assume that you have a cool season lawn. What you can use is a herbicide called Tenacity, which is kind of cool in that you can use it as part of a seeding project. You can use it to control weeds in your lawn. Like you could go out and spray tomorrow, and then you're still going to be able to overseed your lawn whenever you decide to go forward with that. So what I would say is go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop, and then go to weed killer, and then you'll see this Tenacity. Like this is a great option for controlling weeds as part of your renovation. So if you're trying to keep the weeds away while you're planting grass seed and trying to get good germination, Tenacity is what I would go with. It's kind of a specialty, kind of a boutique herbicide. People use it a lot for a lot of other things, but that's like what you're trying to do as part of a seeding project. It's perfect for that. It's an excellent option for that. So what I will do is I'll send you a link to this, Steve, if you are so interested, and that will get you all squared away at Steve 293. Cool. All right, there we go. Tenacity. Please excuse the spelling errors. All right. Next up, we have Nyan. He says, after applying Spectacle Flow, do you need to water it in? Yes, Nyan. It's pre-emergent. It's pre-emergent. You got to water in pre-emergent. The answer to should I water in my pre-emergent is yes. If it's prodiamine, yes. Dithiopyr, yes. Spectacle Flow, yes. Pennant Magnum, yes. The one, whatever the one that the Scots, I keep forgetting the name of the Scots one. They whatever the Scots pre-emergent is, that one that they use, yes. With pre-emergent, you need to water it in for it to work, because the way it works is it needs to get in the soil to form that barrier to help prevent the germination process, to interrupt the germination process. So it needs to get in the soil. So yes, apply Spectacle, water it in, and you'll be good to go. Next is Bad Guy 1996. He says, yard full of Dallas grass and nutsedge. Any help? Yeah, so depending on your grass type, it's really important to know this, but depending on your grass type, there are a couple of different post-emergent herbicides you can use to control nutsedge. For Dallas grass, you're going to be faced with digging it out. There's not a herbicide that you can use on residential lawns that to control Dallas grass. So that one, you got to get like a weeding tool and physically remove it. For nutsedge, if you have a warm season lawn like Bermuda, you can use Certainty and surfactant. This will be your combination for warm season lawn. So Bermuda, zoysia, St. Augustine. If you have a cool season lawn, first nut sedge, you can use sedge hammer and surfactant. So for cool season lawn, this combination. For a warm season lawn, this combination. Dallas grass, you got to dig it out. So hope that helps. Bad guy 1996. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you on the Dallas grass, but at least this way you're not like chasing your tail, like being frustrated trying to get rid of it when it's probably not going to happen. And here's the thing you'll find. You will see on some post-emergent herbicides, like you take like even like Certainty, right? They'll have Dallas grass listed, but then there'll be an asterisk that'll say something like suppression. Really, you're like, I would not try and control Dallas grass with Certainty or really most or any other post-emergent herbicide other than the one that you're not supposed to spray on residential lawns anymore. Like that, the one that unfortunately we can't use anymore is one of the better ones for controlling Dallas grass. So for that, and just to save you a bunch of frustration and headache, just take the time and just dig it out. That's going to be how you're gonna get rid of Dallas grass in your lawn. Grasshopper Lawn Care says, just joining in the chat. I don't know if you adjust this tonight, but your voice is slightly out of sync with your video, at least for me. Yes, I know it is. I'm trying to. It's a problem. You know what? We're getting low on the live stream. I can always exit this out and then rejoin and see if that fixes it. But yeah, there's an audio sync issue that I will have to fix after the show, Grasshopper Lawn Care. But if you give me a chance here, I can try fixing it now if you guys don't care. It's your call. And then next up is Gary Kelly Jr. Says, happy Friday, Ron. Hey, Devin, I see you're on tonight. I'm cool season. What is the best time to put down pre-emergent this Friday? Sorry, Ron, LOL. Yeah, so Devin's there. See what he says. See what his thoughts on the matter are as far as pre-emergent. As far as pre-emergent, your cool season lawn. I still would argue a bit earlier is better than a bit late. You know what? Let's try to fix this. We're late in the thing. Let me see if I can fix this issue with the audio sync. Let's see here. Let's see if it'll come back. Let's see. I'm going to see if this will. Hopefully, I don't break the live stream. Let's go here and hopefully I'll be right back. Fingers crossed. All right, guys, I am back. Is the audio better now? Maybe, maybe not. Same difference. Same difference. No change on the sync. I may have to fix it after the fact. We'll see. All right, so we got a couple more questions to go through here before we wrap it up. And we have Jason DeFranco says, is it okay to aerate and dethatch after applying pre-emergent? Best not to. It's best not to. Anything that you do that can disturb the vapor, that can disturb the barrier, is going to make pre-emergent work not as good, Jason. So it's best to not do that. So if you can avoid dethatching or aerating afterwards, you can. It'd be better to not do that. All right, next up we have Joe Will. I've already answered that question. And upper 510. We think we've covered this. We can go over it. He says, I want to use a sun jet to remove dead grass as an aerator when I drop my new seeds. After using the Sun Joe, will I need to use a starter fertilizer? By the way, tall fescue. I think we've already covered this, Joe. Yeah, you can use a starter fertilizer. I gave you a link to one already. Like the complete 14-7-14 is what I would say to go with. Perfect. We're good to go now. Yay. Yay for that. Sorry about dropping off. Hopefully you guys are not mad at me. And there's a specific way you got to do it. You actually can't quit the stream. You have to like force quit so that it thinks that it crashed, and then you can resume it. But if you do it the other way, it won't come back. Ask me how I know. Ask me how I know. All right, so upper 510, this is what you're going to want to use. This would be the fertilizer I would go with. So at upper 510, there you go. That's what I would use. All right, next up is Xavian. Xavian Carabajal says, I mow at 1 inch and the mower doesn't even touch it. I have to go lower like 1/2 inch. Well, I mean, what do you mean it doesn't touch it? So if you are mowing with, I don't understand the question. So if your grass, if you're mowing at 1 inch, if you're mowing at 1 inch and it's nothing's coming off the lawn, and you have to go to 1/2 inch, then you shouldn't have the mower set to 1 inch. I would set the mower to the height of cut that you want to maintain the lawn at. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would. I'm not sure I understand the question that you're going for, Xavian. But again, maybe ask it another way, and I'll revisit it. So sorry, it's more than likely it's on me. You're not the problem. I'm the problem. I'm the one not. I'm not getting what you're putting down. All right, C Pims is up next. He says, all right, quick question. I got some barricade, prodiamine, to use as pre-emergent. Good choice. I know you talked about applying in late August, early September. Could I also put it down before next spring too? Would be 2 apps. Yes, CPMs. The big thing is as long as you're not exceeding the annual rate over 12 months, you are good to go. Or what you could do is you could use prodiamine in the fall, and you could switch to something like dithiopyr in the springtime. That would be an option too. I actually like dithiopyr for a spring pre-emergent because it has the ability to kill young crabgrass, has some reach back. So for that reason, I do like dithiopyr as a choice for a spring pre-emergent. But it's your call. It's really your call as far as which way you want to go. All right, next up is Xavian. He's back. He says, hey, Ron, in one area of my lawn, this dark Bermuda that's almost velvety in texture and creeps very slowly to the ground appears. Any idea on what types this could be? No idea where it came from. I don't know, Xavian. It sounds like you somehow got a different cultivar in there. I don't know for sure what it is. It's hard to say without actually seeing a picture of it, and even with a picture of it, it's hard to say. Like Tiff Tuff looks a lot like what you're describing, but without seeing it, it's difficult to know what you got going on in your lawn. If your next question is how do I remove it, you can try digging it out, but there's not really a selective way of removing it without also injuring the rest of your Bermuda lawn. So in most cases, I would just say live with it. Don't sweat it too much. You will likely see it more than anyone else. And if it really bothers you, you can try digging it out, but it's probably going to come back. All right, next we have Robert Wallace. Robert, it's been a while, man. How's it going? He says, happy Friday, Ron. Got my spectacle flow out today. Go Dogs. My man. See, I knew if you stuck around long enough, you'd eventually come around to the awesomeness that is the Georgia Bulldog. So glad to get your spectacle flow out today, and you also are backing the Dogs. You misspelled it as Tigers, but I know you meant dogs. So good job, man. Glad to see that you're doing well. I know it's been a while, and glad that you are still fighting the fight, man. Keeping the lawn looking its absolute best. Jimmy Miller's up next. He says, hey, Ron, hope everyone is having a good night. I'm getting sad the summer is coming to an end. My yard is loving the heat. Yeah, I mean, it's a good time, man. But I mean, a break would be good too, right? I could use a little break. I'll be good with just, mowing a little less frequently, just doing the live stream, doing shorts, just kind of hanging out and, taking just relaxing for a little bit. I'm good with that. I can't imagine. I'm trying to think. I could not imagine living somewhere like in Florida. I mean, those guys, they mow year round. Like doing what I do on my lawn year round, man, that would be, I almost feel like a job. Right now I enjoy it, but I have to do it like every, like a year round, like all the year, other than like maybe 1 or 2 months out of the year. It's a lot of work. All right, next up is BW Bender says, new to properly caring for a lawn, went hard this year. You've been a huge help. Thank you, sir. #respect. I appreciate it. I'm glad it's been useful. Hopefully you saw our beginner's guide to lawn care that was released a few weeks back. If not, anyone else that's watching this that hasn't seen it, if you go to resources and the knowledge base, and guys, here's the thing to keep in mind. The knowledge base and the blog are different. Like, I mean, there are some articles that are on the knowledge base that are also on the blog, but there's also articles that are only on the knowledge base. For example, what I'm about to show you, the beginner's guide to lawn care, the only place you can find that is on the knowledge base. So don't, make sure when you guys are going through the store and you're checking out the free resources, make sure you check out the knowledge base too, because there's stuff that gets posted in both places. But yeah, for anyone that's new, this is an article that we did a few weeks ago, I think it was released, that talks all about a beginner's approach to lawn care, like understanding your lawn, choosing the right products, Grass types, essential lawn care practices. As you can see, I led off with mowing because mowing is the thing that brings it all together. You're choosing the right mower, choosing the right height of cut. 1/3 rule, mulching, keeping your equipment sharp. How often should you mow your lawn? There's lots of like Q&A in there. So a lot of common questions that I get from viewers got all put together into this blog post. So I can simply say, if you have a question or you're brand new, go read this, because pretty much anything that I'm gonna tell you is already written down in that blog post. So yeah, beginners. Oh, I can't spell. You guys are gonna. I'll just say guide to lawn care. It's late, y'all. All right. Okay. Next up is Club E, or Cub E says, Ron, you are great. Thank you for all the knowledge you're dropping. You're very, very welcome. I appreciate you watching the content. It does mean a lot. And then next up, he says, Ron, we had trees cut down and stumps ground to mulch. What should I do to get grass zoysia to fill in the bare spots? Overseed with peat covering? No, I would not do that. So what I would do is, in your lawn, you have zoysia. And here's the thing. What I'm going to recommend is going to take longer. It's going to be a longer approach. It's going to be a slower approach. But ultimately, you're going to like the result that you're going to get better with it, okay? I would not introduce a different zoysia from grass seed, and I would not even go out and get like a different, like get sod and put sod in there, because it's kind of a crapshoot. It's kind of a gamble as to whether the sod is going to match your existing zoysia, even if it's the same cultivar. Say you have Xeon zoysia in your lawn already, and you go out and you get like Xeon zoysia. If it didn't come from the same sod farm, there's a possibility that it won't match. So what you can do is you can take plugs. So there's a tool called a Pro Plugger, and what that does is it allows you to take cores. You can always imagine like a Coke bottle, like a cylinder that has soil and has grass, a little plug of grass, and you can transfer that from strong parts of your lawn to these areas where the tree used to be. So you can do, depending on how big the area is, 5, 10, 15 plugs, depending on how large the area is. And then that's going to allow that area to fill in over time as the zoysia spreads. And while it's a slower approach, that way guarantees 100% that what grows in that spot where that tree used to be is going to match your existing lawn, because it is your existing lawn, right? So that's the way I would go about it. I would stay away from grass seed, man, because another thing too is once you do that, once you put it in, it's really hard to get rid of. Like zoysia is difficult to kill, Bermuda is difficult to kill, and if you put in a different type of zoysia, different color, different texture, like every time you go out and look at the lawn, you're gonna know exactly where the tree was, because it's gonna be obvious that part of the lawn looks different from everywhere else. So if you don't care about that, if you're not really a picky person and you don't really care and you just want grass to be there, then yes, you can do sod or you can do seed. I would give, of the two, I'd say go sod because it's easier. But if you are particular and you want it to match to where once it's all done, people won't be able to tell that there ever was a tree there, then go the plugging approach. And the tool you're going to need to do that is going to be one of these guys. It's called a Pro Plugger. You can get it on the Amazon, and I will give you a link for it here in case you feel like supporting the live stream. Doesn't cost you any extra. So you'll need one of these tools. So @Pro Plugger. That's the way I would go about it. You did all this work. You cut the trees down. You had the stumps ground. You're trying to do all the things to help to give the grass the best opportunity to grow. Let's not like take a bad decision this close to the finish line. Let's take the plug approach. It's gonna take longer for it to fill in, but ultimately it's gonna look better. So that is what I would do. Kevin Daniels is up next. He says, St. Augustine has helped me with bald spots in my Bermuda. When I use quinclorac, my lawn looks awful. St. Augustine has helped me with bald spots in my Bermuda. So if you're using quinclorac on St. Augustine, that's your problem. You don't want to use you don't want to spray quinclorac on St. Augustine because it'll damage or kill it. And even on Bermuda, you really want to limit its use to when temperatures are 85 degrees or cooler. Some people say 90 degrees, but really 85 or cooler is a safer bet. And if you do that, if you stick to those guidelines, Bermuda tends to tolerate quinclorac fairly well. So I'm not sure if the fact that your lawn looks awful, if the problem is coming from you're spraying St. Augustine with quinclorac, in which case, totally understand why it looks terrible. Or if you're spraying Bermuda with quinclorac, perhaps it's not at the correct rates, or you're spraying it when temperatures are high. There's a ton of factors that could cause it, but in general, Bermuda tends to tolerate quinclorac fairly well. So I'm not sure what's going on there. So if you can give me some more details, I can help out. If you want to send me an email, my email address is ron@golfcourselawn.com. We can dig into it a little bit more. But if you can email me and tell me, hey, I'm spraying a Bermuda and St. Augustine lawn with quinclorac, that is your issue. You can't, if you like the St. Augustine, don't spray it with quinclorac. It's going to injure and or kill it. So yeah, that's your problem. All right. Jimmy Miller says, way better, fixed. Yeah, guys. So sorry about that. Again, it's just I will make sure that I restart. What it is that the software's been running since like last week, and normally I restart it right before the stream starts, and I didn't do it tonight, so it's my fault. Operator error. Blame me. Throw darts. It's this guy's fault. So next time I will make sure that I do that going forward. So apologies. Archie Amos, we got another one. He says, just dropped for the revolution. Wife is going to kill me. Well, we're going to clap up. Here's the thing. We will clap it up and salute you before your wife gets you. Congrats on the new mower, Archie. And here's the thing. You have to, I won't say spin it, but you have to make sure you explain it properly. Like when you get out there and you say, sweetheart, I always start with sweetheart. Sweetheart is always a good, whatever, term of endearment you use. But sweetheart, we put a lot of work into making the lawn look nice. And this new mower, it has a lot of the features, a lot of the benefits like of a greens mower without the higher cost of maintenance. It's got the rear drum, so it's going to stripe really well. It's going to produce that, that curb appeal that's going to make whenever, Becky's walking by and she's looking at the lawn and they're like saying, oh, look at Archie's lawn, Archie's wife's lawn looks so awesome. You're going to be able to appreciate that. And this is a tool to help me achieve that. It's not for me. This is always a good one. It's not for me. It's for the house. How many times have you heard that over the years, right? I've heard that before. I've heard my mom tell my dad that. She says, it's not, I didn't buy that. I mean, I bought it, but it's not really for me. It's for the house. Everyone benefits from it. So the mower, same thing. It's not for you. It's for the household. I mean, everybody benefits from it. And the neighborhood too. You're helping to improve property value, right? So you can try it. I mean, you probably just go out and buy something that costs twice as much as the Revolution, in which case you just got to grit your teeth and just take it. That's just the way it is. But you can try. You can try, Archie. Again, congrats on the mower. I think you're really going to like it once you do get it. All right. iJazz Muhammad says, Ron, I've learned so much from you. That's awesome, man. I'm really happy to hear that. Happy that the content is useful. Appreciate you watching. And the next up is Dalvin Larry. He says, all this spectacle float talk tonight. Had to go look this thing up. They raised the price of $435. Good Lord. See, that's gouging. Hang on. It wasn't that way last week. It was not that way last week. Last week it was like three something. It was like in like 349, 350. I don't know what. Yeah, 435. Yeah, that's they raised the price on it. It was not that much last week. But here's the reason why. Because now was a time when people are going to be buying it. So they realized, hey, you want it? We got it. You want it? Pay up. So yeah, that's almost $100 more. It's like $75 more than it was last week. So for what it's worth, Dalvin, it normally does not cost that much. All right, Reese Morton is up next. He says, order a first wave of the Revolution 26 or wait till all the bugs are worked out. It's up to you. Here's the thing. You got to remember, the Revolution 26 is based off of a mower by Massport. So Massport, it's not like Real Rollers is building this mower themselves from scratch. Massport is a company, I think they're out of South Africa, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but they're out of South Africa. And they've been making real mowers for something like over 100 years. So they've been making mowers for a really long time. They have a mower, I think it's called the Olympic, and several other ones. And what it is that Real Rollers tested out a bunch of different mowers before settling on this one. Like, I mean, there were a bunch of mowers in the running. I think they evaluated the Rolex and they said, nope, this is for what we're trying to do. This is not going to work. And, when they got with they reached out to Massport, as far as all the customizations they wanted to make to the mower and other future plans they have for the mower, and for different models that tend to work. So it's not like my point is that when you're buying the mower, it's not like you're buying something that doesn't have any kind of a history behind it. Like the mower that it's based on has been sold all over the world for a number of years. It's just like what you will find is that it's gonna some of the gearing is gonna be custom to real rollers. The front roller is custom to real rollers. There's a few other things that are custom to real rollers. I'll let Lee talk about it. There's a few other things about the mower that are custom to real rollers. But as far as worrying about it, whether it's going to work or not, I wouldn't have any concerns about that. I mean, it's powered by a Honda GX. I mean, it's a chain-driven system. There's not a whole lot to really go wrong with it. I mean, if you see the way it's built, like if you look at the launch video, there's a scene in there where the cover's off and you can see how the gear system is all put together. Like there's not really any belts. There's really just not a lot to go wrong with the mower. Like the clutch system is adjustable, so if you want to adjust how the uptake, like how much you can feather it, that's adjustable if you want. That's about the only thing really you can adjust on that mower. Outside of that, it's just put gas and oil in it and cut, right? There's not a whole lot to really go wrong. So it's your call. If I were in the market, I've mowed with it quite a bit since the final revision has been done. And if I were in the market for a real mower in that category, so I mean, if I were looking between a True Cut, a McLean, a trimmer, a Rolex, then by far the Revolution 26 is where I would go. By far, not even the same universe. That's where I would spend my money. The only mower that I would buy above that is if you want to get into an interchangeable cartridge system mower, because currently they don't have one. I think there's plans for them to make one in the future. When that's going to happen, you have to ask them that. Or a greens mower. My Toro Greensmaster 1600 with an 11 blade reel on it. Like that mower is the best cutting mower that I have ever used. It's my Allet is very close. It's close, but the 1600 produces a better cut than even my Allet. But it's a different, you're talking about a mower that really brand new is like $15,000-$16,000 mower. It's a very expensive mower. So yeah, if you're in the market for a mower for less than $3,000, the Revolution 26 is where you should spend your money, in my opinion. Because anything else that you're going to want to buy is going to cost a lot more than that. Like if you want an interchangeable cartridge mower, the only one, let me see, there's the Sterling, the Allet Sterling, but that's a lot more expensive. That's like double the price. You know what I mean? So there's that. So for the money, tough to beat. In that class, in that category of mowers, tough to beat. Really tough to beat. All right, next up is Dalvin Larry. He says, Ron, whatever happened to the Princep Prodiamine concoction you came up with last year? Was it supposed to be the Poor Man's Spectacle Flow, or was that Coastal? So it still works. It's just that it's just more work, right? So why go through the headache of mixing 3 different herbicides, in my case 3 times? It takes like 3 backpack sprayers to spray my whole lawn, right? So it's like I've got to go mix Princep, Prodiamine, and an Image. I got to do that 3 times to spray my lawn when I could just use Spectacle and it's going to produce a better result. So it's not. There's nothing wrong with that combination. There's nothing wrong with Coastal. There's nothing wrong with creating your own version of Coastal. Nothing wrong with that at all. I just use Spectacle because it's easier, man. It just saves me time. Like I just gotta, it works. It's going to produce better control against Poa annua than Coastal will, or that concoction, the Simazine, Prodiamine, and Imazaquin combo. It's just one thing. Like literally, I just put 0.4 ounces in a tank, and then I just spray the lawn, and I just do that 3 times, and I'm done. You know what I mean? So it's just easier. And given that I'm not just spraying my lawn, I'm spraying my lawn and Alex's lawn, and also the neighbors next to Alex's and myself, then it just makes sense. So there's nothing wrong with Coastal. Excellent option. If you're not going to do Prodiamine, if you're not going to do Spectacle, Coastal for warm season turf, in my opinion, is your next best choice. Like that's that option, that combination of Prodiamine, Simazine, and Imazaquin is as far as control is very good. It approaches it's getting close to what Spectacle does. Not quite as good, but it's much better than what you're going to get if you just did say Prodiamine by itself. Like Prodiamine by itself produces some control, but not very good. Whereas that combination, that blend, is excellent for controlling POA. So if you already have it, use it. That's what I would say, Dalvin. Okay, next up is Gabriel Hudson. Says, What is your opinion on root pruning effects in centipede grass with dithiopyr or prodiamine? What are other alternatives? What are other alternatives for pre-emergent? I have personally not experienced that. Here's the thing: I don't have centipede grass, Gabriel. I don't have centipede grass, and what you're telling me as far as root pruning effects with dithiopyr on centipede. This is the first that I'm hearing about it. It very well might be a thing, but it's nothing that I've ever heard of before. You know what I mean? So if you're experiencing that, I don't have a basis to be able to say, yeah, what that's actually a problem. If you are sticking to the recommended rates, that root pruning really shouldn't be a problem. If you want to, you could go to prodiamine. And again, prodiamine, when applied at correct rates, should not cause root pruning problems. Even dithiopyr, when applied at correct rates, should not cause root pruning issues. And if you personally have experienced that, you can also, like, when it comes to both those products, it's not like there's only one rate. Like for Bermuda grass, the rate is it's like 0.38 or 0.4 all the way up to 0.83 ounces. So you've got a range there. You know what I mean? So I don't know what the range for centipede grass is off the top of my head, but if there's a range for centipede grass like there is for Bermuda, you don't have to necessarily go at the higher rate. If you've experienced root pruning issues or problems with it at the higher rates, back it down. Like, go at the lower rate or go somewhere in between, go in the middle and see what kind of results you get there. It's not like dithiopyr at any rate is going to cause root pruning problems, or prodiamine at any rate is going to cause root pruning issues. If you over apply it, there could potentially be problems, but when applied properly at the correct rates, there shouldn't be an issue, Gabriel. So I don't have a centipede lawn though to be able to speak to it and say, hey, yeah, I've had that, or I've not experienced that. So I can't really offer you advice as far as how to work around that, other than back the rates down a little bit and see if you get a better result. Jazz Muhammad says, can I spray some Q4 and then follow up with prodiamine? If so, how long between applications? Yes, if by Q4 you're talking about like the product for controlling crabgrass, quinclorac product, yes, you can. And then as far as in between applications, there's not really a time you need to wait. Remember, like prodiamine is a pre-emergent herbicide, and Q4, if you're thinking about the product if you're referring to the product that I'm thinking about, is a post-emergent herbicide. So what you could do is let me think about this. How would I do it? You could apply prodiamine first, and then you could follow that up with Q4, and then wait until the following day to water the prodiamine in. You could absolutely do that. That would be fine. Or you could do prodiamine today, water it in, wait till the following day, and then do your Q4 app, and then you're good to go. So you could do them. You could space them one day apart, just so it makes it easier for you as far as applications goes. But I would do your prodiamine. I would do the pre-emergent first, regardless of which of how closely you do them. I would do the pre-emergent first. I would do prodiamine and then follow it up with the post-emergent herbicide. All right, next up is Colby. He says, that is awesome. Thanks for the tips and the link. I will definitely support. Thanks, Ron. You are very welcome. Happy to help. And let's see here. ProPlugger has a site for blems for cheaper. Cool. So you ordered a blem one. Sounds good. That works. And then next up is Kevin Daniels. He says, I want St. Augustine to stop growing on my side of the property. I have Bermuda cut at 1 inch. Okay, good. So if you have Bermuda and you're trying to keep St. Augustine out of it, quinclorac is what you can use to do that. So quinclorac is a herbicide you can use to selectively control St. Augustine grass in Bermuda. So that is what I would use. If you had an issue where you sprayed quinclorac and it injured the Bermuda, check your application rates. It really shouldn't. And yeah, I mean, the St. Augustine, depending on how much it's intertwined within your Bermuda, you are going to see that yellowing, and it is going to look unsightly as it's dying off. But it really should not. It shouldn't damage the Bermuda if you're spraying it at correct rates, Kevin. All right, next up we got Henry Jones Photography. We're winding down, guys. Getting close. We're almost done. We're almost out of here. He says, hey, Ron, hope all is well. With Celsius, can I put it down now? Yes. Next few days are in the 80s until Monday. Didn't know if it was too late to use it or not. Nope, you can still use Celsius now if you want to. I sprayed Celsius this week, a couple days ago. I used it to clean up spurge that's growing along my sidewalk and driveway. There's no problem with doing it at all. What you will find, Henry, is that as temperatures go down, as temperatures are cooler, Celsius will take a little bit longer to work, but it will still work. There's still plenty of warm weather, still plenty of time this season to use it to control weeds in your lawn. There's no problem with doing that at all. No issue at all. I'm gonna use it a couple of days ago to knock out some spurge in my lawn. So by all means, go forth and conquer, sir. Progression Decibel is up next. He says, far from any hashtag strike action, but I do have green turf still rocking in September. Nice. Decided to mow today on a diagonal instead of the usual up and down. Neighbor said, hey, your lawn looks like a baseball field, LOL. Yeah, that's why we do it, isn't it? I mean, let's just be real. There's like, what, 80 of us left in here? You know, we do it for that, right? We want to have the people walk by and either ask, hey, guys, fun fact, on the topic of, like, you know, compliments that we all love to have as lawn nerds is there's I'm not going to listen to the company name, but as a gentleman that, so to tell the story right, his daughter and son-in-law live in the same neighborhood as I do. And they literally drove by because the son-in-law wanted to show him my lawn. They wanted to see it, and he works for a company that does sod in Northeast Georgia, right? And he came out. And he says, "Man, I love your lawn. It looks awesome." He asked me, "What cultivar is this?" And he's like, "Say, man, it looks awesome." He says, "You got to be mowing this." He says, "You got to be mowing this what, every 2 days?" I'm like, "Yep, every 2 days, every other day from like May until now, weather permitting. Every other day I'm out here mowing it." He says, "Yep, looks awesome." So as far as, like, you know, people coming by just to where your lawn is like a, you know, like an attraction, it's always cool. And in your case, you got the baseball field look, also a nice thing. So I get it. Progression Decibel. It's the kind of thing we all live for as lawn care nerds. And you say, all that with an Ego rotary. I haven't yet graduated to a reel just yet. Still some turf rehab to do for next spring. Thanks for all your advice. Yeah, and here's the thing. While it looks great with a rotary, with a reel mower, it's another level. Case in point. With, you know, this is thanks to Mr. Robert Rainey. This is a lawn mowed with a rotary. Looks great. Most people would take that, would love it. This is the same lawn, same angle, mowed with a McLean, which is a, you know, residential reel mower. And then this is the same lawn, same angle, mowed with a greens mower. So you can see there's always another level of awesome. This is awesome. 90% of the people in the country would love to have a lawn that looks like that. You know, for the people like us that are more discriminating, this would be very fine. And then for those of you that just can't, to where there's never good enough, then you have the greens mower. So just something to think about as far as good as your lawn looks now, when you transition to a reel mower, it's going to be another magnitude of awesome. So just prepare for that. Prepare. All right. Graviel Hudson says, "Will do. Thanks, Ron. You're very welcome." And then our last comment of the evening is from Philip Tadoro. He says, "Love your content. I use Spectacle for the last 2 seasons. I've seen good results. Should I cycle it out this year or use something different?" I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I would continue to use it this fall. There's no problem with doing that. Like little tip, the lawn care services around here, like in like pretty much all of them in the fall, Spectacle is what they're spraying. And they use the same thing every single year because it does a great job keeping POA and other weeds out of the lawn. They don't get callbacks, and you're only using it once per year. In the fall, it's gonna be just fine. I would not switch out to anything else, because fact of the matter is, anything that you switch to for the most part is not gonna be as good as Spectacle. It's really tough to beat Spectacle for warm season turf. Well, awesome, guys. Again, sorry for the technical difficulties tonight. Hopefully you guys will forgive me. Next week, I will be sure to do all the prep work to ensure the stream goes well. Appreciate all you guys watching the content. You know, definitely go out and check out Real Rose, check out the new mower, give them some love. And I'll have links to all that in the description of the live stream, and then also have as a pinned comment the guide to fall weed control in case any of you guys are interested in that. Again, thank you guys so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Have an amazing weekend. I will see you guys next time. Take care.